When we get to the finals, I like grab everyone's just ready.
Alrighty. It is 4:04 and we will call the meeting to order. Mr. Perea, would you like to say the flag? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next we'll go to business from the floor. Roll call. So we have 4 of 5 trustee members tonight. Ms. Gibbons is not here. We have present is Mr. Williams, Mr. Yeasless, Mr. Perea, and myself, Mr. Helford. We will go to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is a time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign an agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your name. Do you have any dissent? Alrighty, and it is 4:06 and we will adjourn to closed session.
Comment? stranger? You're so odd.
Just crazy. Not you.
I forgot.
Alright, it's 5:07, and we'll call the meeting back to order. Next, we're gonna move into presentation and recognitions, and I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Ready.
I'm the Barstow High School SH student athlete recognition. I think that's Mr. Navarro. Oh, Mr. Navarro, you want that?
It's on April 10th, we were invited to go to the Alonso High School to participate in their VIP field event for SH students. So we got our students got an opportunity to participate in various track and field events. And our students, I'd like to report, did an amazing job. We had about 17 students with received medals, and with multiple students receiving multiple medals as well. So that was really outstanding. Victory Union hosted the event. I used my previous connections to see if we can get ourselves in there, and thankfully they did. And our kids did a great job, participated. They were really excited. I would like to send a big shout out to my teachers, Ms. Robles, Ms. Bartlett, and especially Mr. Rodak, the PE teacher who worked with our kids in preparing for events. So when we first started, Mr. Chavez was there to see how amazing our kids did on the very first couple of events where our kids knew exactly passing the baton one to another and just creaming the competition. That's the best word I can but they did a great job participating, and it was an all-day event, and our kids were fabulous. They represented our school the best way possible in the district. I'm really proud of them, and I'm looking forward to continue our partnership with the union to ensure that our students get that great opportunity. And Mr. We were able to show the video. We do have something in place so you guys can see.
There's should be sound.
Here's the exit. On the Stay there right there. That's what I'm working right there. I was wondering if you can get my head. Some of our participants, athletes, can you just come up? We have Jacob. And we have our Andrew. And I'd like to brag a little bit of Andrew too. On Friday, we had our prom event, and guess who was homecoming, prom king? So I want to thank the district for giving us this great opportunity to participate and be here today, because I really want to showcase the greatness of our students at the Barstow High School. Thank you so much, folks. Appreciate you guys.
The board will stand up. You can stay right here.
You guys get a lot of pictures, right?
There you go. Right there. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Guys, thank you very much.
Next presentation is Cameron Elementary 4th grade, and I'm not sure who's.
Third and fourth grade. Class. So we have a project-based classroom where everything's based on hands-on projects. And some of the kids that were invited to present some of their projects and stuff that they do and learn. So Cameron Elementary, if you guys want to come on up, we'll move out our order, but kind of we understand that way. Okay, follow that with. And we have our order. Thank Travis that's going to present to you first. He's a fourth grader. So what do you put where you want him to go?
Travis, wait first.
Yeah, Travis.
Come right up here. You want to share your video or talk first? Talk first.
My board meeting is about the California Gold Rush and how they find plane jump all over the board. It's like the risk and got the other one, but two of them combined make the board and the rules. Rules are you can only you go first person puts their piece anywhere they want on the outside pieces, and then it goes in clockwise order who puts it. It's like clockwise order. Once we fill all the entire outsides, then you can put it anywhere on the inside. In clockwise order again. When it's your turn, you reinforce with 2 blocks in the beginning, and then you get to choose if you want to attack or if you don't. If you don't want to attack, you just give it the dice to the next person. But if you do want to attack, if you have 3 pieces on one hexagon, then you could you get to roll 3 dice. But if you only have 2 on one hexagon, then you can only roll 1 die. If you're defending, you only have 1 piece on that one hexagon, then you can only roll 1 die. Attacker can roll 3. The defender can only roll 2. If the defender rolls the same number or higher than the attacker, then they win. That they take away those 2 pieces. The attacker can choose to go again or end their turn right there.
Here's a little video of the kids playing. Well, too far, you gotta talk over your video.
So this is us playing the game. One of my friends is choosing to attack. actually one, and then so you put that in the back of the layer and adjust it. You can put as many as you want it out the hexagon. You have to have one on the hexagon and one of these at the other one.
That's like what you were saying. It's too lucky. Yeah. Are you get attacked or you don't? You don't have to if you don't want to. You get attacked? You get attacked. Attacker rules first. Attacker rules first. Huh? So you will shoot. I got one. Free again.
Okay. So your district project.
Three bridges from the project to go to an all white school. And when she got there, her first day was threatening. White people were standing at the crowd and throwing things at her and saying that blacks didn't belong. And she had discovered that she was the only person in the school. Others had stayed home. And she had a teacher who was white too, but she wasn't racist. And she was from the South, and most people was from the South wasn't racist. And now Ruby Bridges makes it more easier for black and white people to stay together in school. And Martin wanted to be a teacher. Her brother had suffered a severe injury, and now she wants to help people who couldn't afford to go to other schools. And the school board wouldn't let her be a teacher because most teachers back then were, and she didn't stop there. She went on the battlefield and even risked her life, and now they call her angel of the battlefield. And Judy Hilliard, she had a leg disease called polio, and her legs. And she was ready to start school, but the principal wouldn't let her go because her legs didn't. But finally, in fourth grade, they let her go to school. And she had met other people there with disabilities too. And she's had studied to be a teacher in college, but New York wouldn't let her be a teacher because her legs didn't work. So she went to court to fight for the right to be a teacher. And she started helping a group until she died on March. Cincinnati knew over 7,000 homeless people, and even heard a lady crying that she might never be clean. So an idea sparked in her head. She knew that food trucks stopped by on people's houses to give out food, and she had an idea to have a clean sink, a clean toilet, and a shower for them to shower. And and they could get dentists and haircuts and stuff like that. So this goes to Whitney Bridges. This is Judy Hillman. This is Claire Barton, and this is Don Christine Roberts.
Next, he was a little creative with his history project. Go ahead, tell me too.
I'm presenting y'all about Ruby Bridges, same thing as her. I'm presenting a rap about Ruby Bridges. Ruby Bridges is the only black girl, the first black girl to go to a white school. She was in the classroom for a whole year by herself. All the kids didn't want to come, stay home. And I wanted to make a rap, to be like my dad, because he's a rapper. And
You ready for it?
yeah,
Okay. He made a rap video. This was his history project.
My favorite rap ever. Favorite rapper.
Hold on, I'm texting him right now. Tell me to start that. Yeah. They're gonna
He's gonna start it
fix
over.
Standing tall was your duty.
What do you remember of being a student in that class? Well, I was the only student in the class for the whole year. What do you tell me why?
Story about Ruby. Ruby was your beauty. Standing tall was your duty. It's friend to me. Welcome, welcome, through the doors of Black history. My people were twisted. We never had victory. I just pray the world can take my people off the chains. Relax and slaves. Wanna get better with age.
In my year, I spent in the classroom alone with the same teacher. Because teachers quit their jobs, they didn't want to teach black kids. And one teacher came from Boston. She was white. She was an amazing teacher, became my best friend, like a second mom. And, I knew, even though she looked exactly like the people outside that were screaming, being really angry, she wasn't like them at all. She showed me her heart. I knew that she cared about me and she made me feel safe.
Jim. Yeah, you third graders are gonna say you're smarter than a third grader.
I was waiting
So
for
I'm
that.
going to use some whiteboards or some markers. We're gonna start with Jacob. He's third grade and his history project was on a game show that he made. We shortened it. But so and then we added another one, so we'll let him start with his once they get it up. Yeah, so he's just gonna read the questions and he'll give you the answer after you guys put on your board, put your board around. So you should have markers and good luck. Okay, so
I don't know how much bigger he's gonna.
okay, so it may not be able to get any bigger. So Jacob, go for it. Number one. The red one. Yeah,
In 1542, who did the leaders of Spain send to sail along the coast of California?
What was the year?
1542. So you can just put the letter on the board. And it's behind you.
Write it down.
A, B, or C.
A is Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, B is Craig Gabriel Scott, and C is King Julian.
Read it.
Which one's right? Sorry, we're waiting on the tech guy. He's trying. Tech guy's trying.
You can take your time, that's okay.
All right.
Spain sailed along the coast of California.
Oh, man.
Sure.
No.
Man, it's a time.
Picture that is shown.
Our bottom one.
Go.
You're gonna make it a little bigger.
There you go.
There we go. That's perfect.
How long did it take Caesar Travis and the UFW to get higher pay and safer working conditions from the farm owners? (1879), who sailed into San Francisco Bay and nailed up a sign that claimed the land belonged to England School. Correct answer is
Okay, so this one is Camilla. Come on forward, Camilla. She's a third grader. And we call her the genius in class because she is. So if you guys want to stay that way, she can use that board. She's gonna let you guys answer, and she's gonna show you the work on the board. So.
There's a marker right there.
Hopefully, no, 'cause I don't.
The marker's right next to the canoe. Marker's right there. She can show you. Oh, that's a cow. That's right. Please note, just like the state test, it says mark all that apply. Kids got that mark.
And they're doing the whole thing.
Yeah. No calculators, Mr. President. Wow. You have to show your work. Show your work.
You guys return it, Trigger? It's actually 2 minutes. A and C.
I know the answer.
C and I see D.
Right.
She's got one more argument. You can turn this. So I took the bottom part, to the middle part. We got one answer. Almost got two. Aaron's all trying to figure it out. Okay, answers are in, Camilla. Now, you got to explain how you do this when you're done. Wow. That's our genius student. Just got one more. Now, I have two gentlemen who would like to introduce the last breakout game, and we had a board member show up to you last time, and they'd like to invite you, and they want to just introduce you to the very last breakout game. Get her out. No, there you go.
The secret of Miss Lewis. The brave trainers of the school. For many days, you may have wondered about your teacher, Miss Lewis. Why does she carry a belt full of green, red, and white Pokeballs? Why did her eyes lit up when we talk about legendary creatures? And most of all, where does she disappear at lunchtime, vanishing into that little room beside the cafe, never returning until the bell? Today, the secret. This very afternoon, the wind howls and the leaves swirl outside. A dazzled, fiery bird shot out the cannon as the feathers glowed like embers in its claws. It carried a small box marked with the symbols of ancient Pokemon relics. Miss Lewis came sprinting after it, holding a Pokeball high, calling, "Philip, get back here! That's not a toy!" The bird soared away as Miss Lewis turned to you, my fellow trainers. He said with a sigh, "I can no longer keep my secret. I'm just a teacher. I'm a Pokemon master. Spent years training legendary Pokemon and protecting the school from wild and dangerous creatures." She pointed towards the sky, but now my mistress, more the fire bird user soul, stole someone's most important relics. Dragon eggs filled with legendary Pokemon, lucky bones, and phoenix feathers I used to restless Pokemon and keep them safe from the wild encounters. She kneeled beside and spoke seriously. "I'll need you will join me on my quest to track down the lost relics and bring them these things out of your hand. With these items, rare Pokemon may appear on the school grounds, and these will lead every trainer to come help you find peace. Sharpen your senses, ready your Pokeballs, and prepare for adventures. And now, for your hunt on the legendary relic hunt, signed, Miss Lewis, guardian of legendary Pokemon."
So we had three of you guys last time attend. You're all welcome to come Thursday, 8:45 a.m. It's our last hunt. So this is my brilliant third and fourth grade classroom. It's been a pleasure teaching them this year. Thank you.
So, here we go. Ready? 1, 2.
Next presentation is Central High School.
Are my political pieces. We got this year. We have actually had 2 entry experience. One's gonna open it up, and I'm gonna close it. Brian Montalongo is our first ASB president. I'm finished serving, so we have to get second ASB president. That's what we do. Franklin, Izzy, Matt, BK, Finn, America, Jordan. Take it away, Brian.
All right. So we are Central High. We this year we did a school field trip on Silverwood Lake. It's an amazing trip. It was very nice, calming. What? There you go.
One of the first events of this year was the autumn field trip to Silverwood Lake. We got invited to throughout the park and, we learned about the, sunken city known as Cedar Springs. We learned about the local plants and, trees and the apple orchard. We also found frog. It was very tiny. We visited the visitor center and we saw a bunch of stuff that's like in the forest, including bobcats, foxes, raccoons, bears, and mountain lions. It was really cool. We also learned about fish and trees. And then we finished the field trip off with lunch in forest. It was really pretty. That's about it from specifically. Next one.
So Central High School does 2 award ceremonies every year. One in December, one in late May. During these ceremonies, students are recognized for the work in the classroom, citizenship, and behavior. Along with those, students are also recognized for their courteousness, their hard work, and their successfulness. Each teacher gives out their respective awards for their subject. Now, multiple teachers have multiple different subjects, so of course, every student is going to get multiple from each teacher, or just from every single teacher that they have. I'm going to brag a little bit. I got more than 5. Most of them are bringing for citizenship. 2 of them were for finishing 3 classes within a month, meaning I finished 6 classes within 2 months. The office gives out attendance awards because that has been really important in Central High School. But besides awards, they also give out parties every month for the people who are there for the full month without any absences. It's like donut and pizza parties, and it's just every month. Up next, we have the Mardi Gras parade.
Arguably one of the biggest events for Central High School is the Mardi Gras parade that happens every October. And while it would be made to take charge and participate in the parade. Us participate in the parade, and while students and staff come together to create something we're all proud of. We are thankful that the parade happened so early on in the school that the whole entire student body can come together and be connected because of it. The theme for the parade, as you can see, was wild. So we absolutely are able to go to wild town, go to swing, take a jail, and a city hall that were all crafted by the students themselves. Another thing we're thankful for is the opportunity to participate in the parade and the tradition, and to alongside the community to celebrate 100 years of Mardi Gras. And those students who are not seniors are hoping to participate in the parade next year.
To celebrate the spooky season, Central High School hosted its first annual trunk or treat. This was a diverse community that saw well over 150 trick-or-treaters, a dozen trunk participants to hand out candy, plenty of candy donations from local entities such as Barstow Youth Coalition, and participation from Barstow Police and Fire Departments. Students from Central ASB as well as some teachers all dressed up to hand out candy and host games. And we hope to continue this in the future and make it a permanent tradition. This event didn't go unnoticed by parents from the public, as one of our amazing ASB members even had long posts raving about her and Barstow rants and raves on Facebook.
Okay. The Central High School hosts its annual award auction in the month of December. This yearly event is one of our most popular and anticipated events of the entire school year by the central staff and students. For about 40 days, students were given auction points based on their behavior, attendance, and academic progress. The week before winter break, our students then attend an auction in which students need to come to the unreal and valuable items donated by members of the community.
including Barstow's Kiwanis Club. The event is loved by the students because it helps us get us items both for ourselves and our families. It occurs right before Christmas. Most of us use our phone to get something special for our loved ones. Some of the many items are 2 Chromebooks, made toys and blankets, gift sets, and other things that bring a smile to our faces. We value this event not only because we get free stuff, but because it shows us that there are other members of our community, such as the Kiwanis Club, that values us as much as we value them.
Presented in school year, our science teacher, Mr. Brian Layton, coordinated 2 theme park field trips to Knott's Farm and University Studios. Both of these field trips were very fun and educational. At Knott's Farm, we learned all about motion and physics, including kinetic motion, kinetic energy, latent energy, hydraulics, and other Newtonian forces. We separated into 2 groups and went on about 5 roller coasters apiece. And with each roller coaster, we learned about the different forces and mechanics that make them work. They also showed us how each of these forces are used in our everyday lives. We also learned about physics and motion in universal, but they were focused on the specific ways things move in the 3 different spatial dimensions. The movements were yawning, pitching, surging, swaying, heaving, and rolling. We were challenged to recognize all of these different types of movements on the roller coasters that we rode. Both of these field trips brought a lot of excitement and energy to our school, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to be able to attend them.
Next slide.
The EXP industry coaching helps us young people gain experience, unlock doors, and build confidence we need to succeed in school, career, and life. I got to attend the industry coaching and mentorship opportunities at Central High School throughout the school year. As a student, it helped me develop career readiness, respect, and life skills while learning from successful professionals. I was able to sign up for a summer internship program they had, and I was given the opportunity to work with one of the workshops that they had gave me. I am either going to be working with the Barstow paramedics or firefighters. I am thrilled about the EXP industry coaching because it helped me grow as a person, and I am getting the experience on what the workforce looks like after high school. And I want to thank Ms. Patty Negretti for bringing this awesome program to Central High School and for preparing us for the future.
Last month, Central High School ASB hosted a community egg hunt for the city of Barstow. We had over 100 children attend to hunt eggs, play games, and meet the Easter Bunny. I'm sorry. We also had a teenager egg hunt with golden eggs, which held special prizes. We also had a chalk egg competition in which anyone who drew a chalk on the floor would get a special prize. All of the members in ASB met and worked hard to make this event happen, and it was one of many group efforts to help our city grow as a valued and tidy in the city of Barstow. Families from around the community brought their children out to have fun, and we are thankful for the chance to connect with those who help make our community a better place. This was our first community egg hunt to ever be hosted at Central High School, and we are hoping it will be the start of a tradition that grows into something valued and looked forward to by our community every year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2. Got it. Thank you.
Next presentation is for the classified employee of the 2024-2025 school year. That honor goes to Maria. USD Classified Employee of the Year, 2024-2025. This certificate given award to Maria Creo, who has earned grateful and heartfelt appreciation by continuous demonstration of unselfish, faithful, and devoted service to the students and staff, as well as for their support of the mission of Barstow Unified School District. Signed by both myself and the board president, Aaron Elder. Thank you. We have flowers for you. Thank you. And we will last. Okay. And they're gonna want pictures. Right here?
Always. Yeah, perfect. Right there. Yeah.
Well, right? Yeah. We mean it? Oh, Miss Phyllis, she wants.
You want to? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. We also need to announce the Teacher of the Year for 2024-2025. And that teacher is Michael Frailovich. Congratulations. USD Teacher of the Year, 2024-2025. This certificate given award to Michael Kratovich in appreciation for all you give as a dedicated employee and for making a positive difference in the lives and educational process of the students of Barstow Unified School District. Signed by both myself and the Assistant Superintendent of HR, Mr. Jorge Gutierrez. We have this card and also.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
Go 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Good job.
All right, it's 5:53 and we'll adjourn for a short recess and then reconvene back in the normal room. Thank you, everybody. It is 6:02, and we will call the meeting back to order. In closed session, the board took action to approve the stipulated expulsion recommendation of students numbers 24, 25, 09, 100, 83, 8, 5, 6, 1, 5, and 24251034905862. The vote was unanimous with, for the recommendation of the stipulated expulsion recommendation of 4 ayes to 0 nays. The board also voted unanimously to approve the stipulated expulsion recommendation of 4 ayes and 0 nays, both with 1 abstention.
I'm sorry, one absence.
Absence.
One absence.
Next, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes. Do we need to take each of them separately? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting, April 8th, 2025?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the special board meeting, April 3rd, 2025?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. And can I get a motion to approve the special board meeting, the minutes from the special board meeting, April 1st, 2025?
So moved.
Second. There you go. All in favor? Aye. And can I get a motion to approve the minutes for the special board meeting, March 31st, 2025?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Next, we'll move into business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is a time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking actions on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign an agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your name.
We have one, Mr. Jason G. from the G Foundation, and he would like to talk on agenda item in reference to the employee appreciation picnic donation, in addition to PC update and PC board compensation, as he is one of our commission members.
Today I'm here with my wife, Simone. We're both directors of the G Foundation, and we're here to present our donation to help sponsor the employee appreciation picnic. The G Foundation has been a longtime supporter of the BUSD. My grandfather used to be a trustee here, and my mom, she worked here for over 27 years. I think her picture's still somewhere hanging on the walls. Our G Foundation Scholarship Program has been going on since 2005. So in the last 20 years, we've probably awarded scholarships to over 100 Barstow High School seniors. And we'll be out there at Seniors Award night, I think, Thursday? Giving another round of scholarships to this year's class. So when the superintendent and the EAP committee approached us to see if we wanted to help donate or sponsor the employee appreciation picnic, we thought it'd be a really good idea, because serving on the commission, I I come to a greater appreciation of what the employees, especially the classified, what they do for this district and what they contribute. So we're more than happy we made a donation of $1,000 to help sponsor the picnic this year. So me and my wife decided that, and yeah, we're happy to do that. Always help the district. Second item, PC update. Just wanted to let you know that Director Ortiz has been here for a few months now, getting to know the position well. Him and his staff, Julie and Maria, they've been doing some really good work at the commission, working with CSCA, filling the classified vacancies and doing the onboarding and training of the new hires. So they're doing a really good job there. I know Director Ortiz gives you updates at every meeting, but if you guys have any other questions or concerns about the commission, feel free to contact me or the director or attend one of our meetings. I know Trustee Eastless, he's been to a few of our meetings. We've been trying to address some of his concerns. So if any of you want to reach out and contact us, feel free, please. The third item was an item on your agenda for board compensation, and you added commissioner compensation. So we appreciate you adding us and looking out for us for the adjustment in our pay, but unfortunately, director checked it out, and our commissioner pay is I guess what? Is capped by the ed code, so us commissioners are only allowed to make $50 per meeting. So we'll be happy with staying at that level since that's all we're allowed by law, and we'll let you trustees make the big bucks. So thank you.
All righty. Nobody else? Okay. Next we'll go into staff reports. First is the Barstow High School CTE program.
And Ms. Holly Bowser is here to present information that was requested in this board meeting in reference to the program at Barstow High School. You have a clicker there.
I'm just the assistant today.
And I think your slideshow should be up here momentarily.
Thank you. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today to speak with you about career technical education at Barstow High School and within Barstow Unified School District as a whole. Please, as I go along, interject with any questions you have to keep the topic relevant to your needs and your concerns. First, on the cover of the binder presentation, we see the California, I know you have the binders, I'm going to keep moving. We see the California Department of Education's definition of CTE. Since we are work-based learning, may I have a volunteer to read that for us, please?
Sure. CTE, Career Technical Education, is a program of study that involves a multi-year sequence of courses integrating core academic knowledge with technical and occupational knowledge to provide students with a pathway to post-secondary education and careers.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's what we're going to frame tonight's workshop about. All right, next page, please. Okay, and the common imagery that you probably noted is our bird. It's our quetzal, Mr. Ortiz and I were speaking earlier. It's a mystical, magical bird of Mesoamerica. We adopted this mascot as our program logo to align, of course, with our Aztec heritage. Thinking of our program operating now within the larger context of Barstow High School, would someone please volunteer to read the BHS mission statement also on this page?
Sure. Pride. The mission of the Barstow High School, in partnership with the community, is to prepare all students for the choices, challenges, and opportunities in the future.
So already we can see an alignment between CTE and Barstow High School's mission. Next is our Pathways bubble page, which is quite a busy page coming up. There's, all right. On this page, then, this is provided by the California Department of Education again. So I thank them for having great references for us. In our pathways tab, we're gonna see this diagram. The bubbles here, I call them bubbles, they represent industry sectors. There are 15 sectors recognized by the state of California as CTE course eligible. The bullets within the sectors note pathways that could be common for that sector, but they're not exclusive. So there can be a pathway, for instance, that's not mentioned there, but the sectors are locked into the state. Most of the ones here just represent the most popular ones. For instance, MedCore, you're gonna see behavioral mental health within our health sector. BHS has 8 that I've overlaid the markings on here in the chart. BJHS and STEM each have 1. At STEM, for instance, the CTE class is within the sector of engineering and architecture. The pathway is engineering technology. At BJHS, the CTE class is within the arts, media, and entertainment sector, and the pathway is performing arts. This page is our planning tool used in forecasting future pathways. Please see at the bottom, yes, we can see it there. The bottom has the growth plan at BJHS. They are planning for a print shop pathway for next school year, which is very popular in our region. BHS has already interviewed to hire for patient care and child development, while interviews for a welding pathway teacher are scheduled for later this week. Barbering is of interest for our students, and we plan to use this coming year as a planning year to launch a possible barbering pathway in 26-27. It's a passion project of Mr. Navarre. Do you have any questions? Next slide.
If I can add, barbering is something that when I was at Victor Valley High School, that opportunity, my barber came up to me with that idea. And I ran it with my principal, and she goes, you know what, we're full with our choices. We're gonna take a pass. I did not let that go. So once I got the opportunity to come here to Barstow High School, and talking to Ms. Bowser, she is amazing at what she does. We discussed about how we can continue to expand our CT program that encompasses what students want and need, the skills necessary to give them the jobs the careers that will be beneficial not only for themselves, but for the community. So we talked about welding, and Ms. Bowser shared with me the rich history that welding once played at Barstow High School, and we felt that it was necessary to bring that back. That's why it's on the books for next year. And I want to thank Mr. Gutierrez for working with us on setting the interviews and making it work to where we have candidates to bring the program very up for next year, and also for medical pathways as well. This is going to be a great opportunity for our kids. Of course, with those in mind, we also trying to find ways to grow our program. So we continue discussing the barbering program, and Adelanto High School is implementing one in their district. So they took that idea and implemented it from Victor to Adelanto. But that is giving us the information that we need to create our own program here at Barstow High School to serve our community, which I believe with the different choices that the CT provides for our students as they come as ninth graders to our school, they'll be well informed to make a choice, for themselves on what they want to do. And it doesn't have to be just one pathway. They will have the opportunity to try 2, 3, 4, also even 5, depending on how serious they are. And we have students like that at Barstow High School. So definitely, I would like to take Ms. Bouch to take the time to really thank her for everything she's done for our school, for CTE, and we'll continue working together to ensure that our programs continue to grow.
Here that we see a recap of our 2025-26 AG course listing. As we look at course listings, I wanted to bring attention to the AG status. In this case, AG status refers to a high school course that meets the content eligibility requirements and course rigor necessary to meet minimum admission requirements in UC and CSU schools. All CTE courses have been AG approved. Our courses represent largely the elective credit-based, the G courses, with one course, multimedia, in our visual arts category. I've noted on the bottom of the page a related course. It's our cadet core. I call it our cousin class because while it's not considered technically CTE, it is within our designated subject credential field. So they do work from time to time with us, and we do have a lot of mentoring capacity that we share. So I wanted to introduce our designated subject credential, the USD CTE and cadet core teachers tonight with some respect. In our data tab, we'll be touching on specifics related to our high school program. Our district is a member of the Mountain Desert Career Pathways, which is a consortium of CTE districts in our region. Member districts are Apple Valley, Baker, Barstow, Hesperia, Lucerne Valley, Silver Valley, Snowline Joint, and Victor Valley Union High School. Deanna serves on our governing board of the MDCP. MDCP has provided this snapshot from our CalPAV data. Much of our data here is focused on subpopulation reporting, sector participation, and CTE enrollment, which is very high at Barstow High School when compared to others around our region. For instance, 67% of Barstow High School students participated in CTE. This data is last year's data, so know that this year's data informs next year's data and so forth. So we're kind of always looking at the past, looking at that data, living in the present, and looking forward to next year to make our plans. Of note, in the pie graph, I'd like to highlight two terms. Concentrator, the big blue area in the pie graph, refers to our year 1 students, while the little gray area there, capstone, refers to our year 2 students. Next page, please. There it is. Thank you. The next data snapshot focuses on graduation rate of our completer students. Completers have taken 2 years of one pathway and have received a grade of C or higher in each semester of both courses. We are happy to report that our completer students are at 100% graduation rate, which includes all subpopulations specified within the Perkins Act. Special populations of focus within the Perkins Act include students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged, English learners, and foster and homeless youth. The Perkins Act is the primary federal law that supports and governs our CTE program and policy. Next page. Next page. Next page. Thank you. Our next data focus on enrollment history by sector from 2021 forward. As with any data, there are stories behind these numbers as we see them coming and going, and you can see that some of our pathways ended in 2021. And so when we look at this many data points in this presentation, we're certainly not able to cover each story, but we provide you with references to study and to prepare for future inquiries that you might have. The data in the sector report, though, informs our regional labor market snapshot, which is on our next page, please. So the numbers of our students studying by sector are going to be the numbers in the bar chart in the middle there. Those are going to be our purples are the enrollment, and the blue is the demand within the sector. I did that right. Yes. So the regional occupation snapshot in the labor market tab shows a healthy forecast of jobs in our region. Shimura Economics and Analytics is projecting a 93,000 plus jobs to be added to our region in the next 5 years. The yearly demand per sector is listed in the bar graph. Of note, speaking to Mr. Navarro's point about the pathways that we chose to build this year, we see that education and manufacturing 1-year job demand in the blue is greater than our number of students enrolled in this region, shown in purple. High demand sectors with high wage opportunity lie in the upper right-hand corner, we see them in education, healthcare, transportation, and business finance. I'm going to point out something that's unique to California. Most regions tend to mimic California, but in regions such as ours, more rural perhaps, what we're going to see is business and finance there, but in the state as a whole, if you look at it, they're going to have the energy, utilities, and environmental sector right there at the top of the pathways. Next page, please. Okay. Our CLNA tab refers to our comprehensive local needs assessment driven by our annual Perkins survey. Just recently, Deanna and I attended the Perkins stakeholders meeting with our consortium, including industry partners, college instructors, school administrators, labor board representatives, students, and CTE teachers. BHS worked with stakeholders to collect data and report our takeaway summary. The areas of strength include our pathway completion rate, our number of pathways completed with special note to students who complete more than one pathway. Our record for this Thursday will be 4 this year. And our fledgling leadership program, our strengths. Areas in need include our state testing results in core subjects, our alignment of pathway courses to community need and industry need, and our soft skill development. Our welding startup budget is here. We have provided it for your information. It was approved at our stakeholders meeting. The survey data led us to launch this new pathway in alignment to the increased need at US Borax and Rio Tinto, BNSF with its proposed big project, and local need here. Additionally, Barstow Community College has a well-developed welding pathway with sections being added regularly to supply students into the demand. A dual enrollment pathway extension would be our end goal, allowing students the opportunity to certify in welding earlier than anticipated and get workforce ready. The proposed budget is summarized here. This would be coming out of, again, our Perkins budget. You'll see those budgets. Next page. The soft skill need discussed earlier is detailed here in our leadership tab. Our CTE teachers attend advisories annually with industry partners. The industry partners since 2021 have repeatedly identified that students have the required technical skills necessary to perform well as apprentice workers, but they lack sufficient soft skills to compete successfully in the job market. Our Mountain Desert Economic Partnership has outlined these 6 skills as the greatest need: collaboration, effective communication, critical thinking, ethical behavior, work environment, and work ethic. Next page, please. So to respond to this need, earlier this year, the board approved Barstow High School's leadership consultant. He guides our capstone students through soft skill development. Students gathered in the library each Wednesday to participate in a book club driven by the book Atomic Habits. The leadership sessions focused on job readiness skills, coping mechanisms, networking, developing a voice, interviewing skills, every detail down to handshaking. And I think Mr. Williams was there for, I think, 2 of those workshops. Thank you. We were inspired by the input. Our students participated at levels not seen in their classrooms, and they've gained volumes of that which cannot be graphed, nor measured, nor tallied. Yet these characteristics count. In fact, leadership skills are a key indicator of job success and retention. We are excited to take what we've learned this year and apply it forward in revisioning the program. Mr. Navarro wanted us to share our Atomic Habits copies with you, and we'll get those to you. And on that note, can somebody please read the quote on the bottom of this page? We wanted to pin in why we chose the title Sandcastles. So if you'd like to look at our theory behind that, would someone please share that quote at the bottom of the page?
Thank you. The opportunities?
Yes, please.
Okay. Opportunities are like grains of sand. They slide right past drooping fingers, but an active palm can gather whatever is within reach and shape it into a little castle. It is the act of engaging with the material that gives it shape.
Thank you. So fantastic leadership. It's been an important component. If you come to our completer awards, we're having James there to do our end mission statements. Next page, please. The accountability tab includes the essential elements which control our grant intentions. All 12 elements are reviewed annually in a self-evaluation survey using a rubric scale. The goal is not to achieve a perfect score, but rather to constantly find areas of need and build improvement plans to bridge those gaps. As we fund projects and set budgets, I pin back to these 12 elements constantly to verify that funds are being used properly and according to grant policies. So they overlap. So within them, sometimes I can get lost in the weeds and think, what belongs to this one? And they do overlap, and they do that intentionally. So they're constantly revisiting these key elements. And next page, please. There's our grant. Our active grants are listed in the table. Each grant is tied to specific purposes, populations, target objectives, sectors, and timelines. Some grants additionally require district match from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1. Thank you, Mr. Beaton. The greatest amount of district provided match comes from LCAP salary and benefits earned by CTE staff. Match refers to the district providing resources from its revenue to match dollar for dollar the amount awarded by the grant, or sometimes $2 for every dollar. So you can see there's different timelines. There's always grants coming up on the calendar, and there's always grants sunsetting. And we always have a different cycle of grants that we follow per each grant. K-12 SWP is our state funded grant source. Perkins, which is up right now, is our federal funded grant source. And CTAPE is a little bit of a combination. It comes through the state, but it's certainly federally powered. The K-16 is a special grant that was offered through the IEDRC, Inland Empire Desert Regional Collaboration Collective, It's the consortium also. It offered a grow your own pipeline for teachers this year. We got on board for that one. So that was kind of new for us. Next page, please. The standards tab includes two different sets of standards, and this is where it starts to get really intense in your binder. So you don't have everything in the presentation, but we do have these. First, the overarching standards include all sectors and pathways, and they are called the standards for career ready practice. Pathways have unique anchor standards, which clarify these objectives into sector practices, but they still remain general. On the next page, please. If you'd like to search out any of these standards, you can find them at CDE, CTE standards. I think that's the hottest page I go to on my computer. Always researching to make sure we're staying within the state's ideas. In your binders, in the binder copy, but not on screen, you'll see specific pathway standards. So the pathway standards are the nitty gritty. They refer to those specific performance task-based technical skills unique to the pathway. In the pages that follow in your binders, we have provided samples of the pathway standards for welding in the blue frame pages. So you can see some things that might be happening in that welding class next year. And in the barbering, we've included those standards as well in the brown frame pages. So now we can just go to the next page on this slideshow, please. This chart displays various surveys. I have a different one for in my binders than I have up there. I'm just going to speak to what is in your binders. It didn't catch in the slide. The chart that displays various surveys that were taken throughout the course of the year. Surveys are structured around requirements and can be advantageous to program design. At the same time, though, surveys can suffer from non-participation, bias, lack of foresight, or simply a bad day. Conversations are needed to help clarify the data needed, the intended purpose, and the projected results. Specific results from the surveys listed have been summarized through action plans, CLNA reports, agendas, course offerings, and student scheduling. So on mine, I have right now it's ongoing the post-secondary survey. You might see at the door if you are there for Thursday afternoons awards that our students that have not yet completed this will be stopped at the door and asked to complete it before they enter. Yes. We are going to make sure that every post-secondary survey that's required by our Perkins legislation, so that will be done by every single completer senior. So we have different surveys for different purposes. The Perkins stakeholder survey is given to a wide swath of folks in our community to include industry, a few students that are in the pathways that we are projecting to be funded, parents, and it can be the whole regional consortium that's involved in those, and our college partners as well. Our welding course interest survey was, of course, just given as interest to our students. Please sign up, and that was given in counseling at our leadership sessions. Everywhere we were talking up the welding program to see if we could get enough signed up for it. Leadership surveys were given to see what how our leadership was being engaged by our students, and it ranked very high on all sessions. A planning guide. I want to bring out our counselors. Wow. What will we do about it? We don't know how we get so many students involved in our pathways, except our counselors are wizards. They're performing magic and getting these kids through the 2 pathways, the 2 years that they need to, and some of them, multiple pathways indeed is what our counselors are doing. So down there, they're making sure that when they intake students, they're surveying them. Maybe it's on a question basis. Maybe it's not on a Google form, but if they are getting the information that's necessary to be able to put a student in the courses that they need to, number one, complete high school and become a graduate and further their career interests, whatever they might. Outreach. This is my outreach page here. We'd like to take this opportunity to invite you to continue your research and discovery of the CTE programs. Please come for a tour of classrooms, explore the MDCP website. They've got such great information, and join our initiatives. MDCP would love to engage with you as industry partners, serving as an advisor, hosting field trips, becoming guest speakers, and inspiring our youth toward rewarding careers. The website is included here on this page, and that's the form you would fill out to have them reach out to you and find out what specifically you can add in within those 15 centers. And finally, VHS CTE invites you to our annual Completer Awards on May 15th at 12:45 in the Billsboro Gymnasium. We expect a high-energy afternoon celebrating student achievement and honoring career development. Please join us if you're able. We'd love to have you there as we spread our wings into the future. Thank you.
Yes. You guys have questions? I did. Speaking of the barber's program. It's a great program. I know, BCC has it under the cosmetology section. And I think they just starting or getting ready to start up the barber's program at BCC. I think something to look into and see how we can tie ourselves into that. A great idea.
Same approach with welding, like,
Yeah.
as Pastor said, just making the connection that our kids are prepared for the enrollment opportunities that they would get with taking those courses at our school and as they continue to go into community college. That'd be great. And that's the way, and that's what I really appreciate when we're having a conversation with Ms. Bowser is that we think about those things, how we can expand these opportunities, because we don't want to do something where we provide this information for the students and it's difficult for them to continue if they're interested, right? If we can connect into things that are within our community, I sort of believe they will boost our students' confidence and they'll be prepared to accept those higher paying jobs. Because one of the things that if talking to my staff, talking to my teachers, to Ms. Bowser, what I'm really working towards to make sure that when a student receives a diploma from Barstow High School, that has a lot of it behind it, that these kids are ready to contribute to the workforce, ready to go. So definitely with the continuation, our focus on our CTE, on our focus on our A3G completion rate, that's going to be a big task for us as well. We want to make sure that students, once they receive the diploma, that they have the skills necessary to be successful academically in college, and also in the workforce if they want to go to trade school or continue through going to community college or going right out to work. So we're definitely we're thinking big because that's what our students deserve. Simple as that. Because everything that we do is for our students.
We have all the opportunities here in this community for these kids to go a long, long way. So many programs, whether it's at Barstow High School or whether it's at Barstow Community College, it's there. We just got to get the word out and get these kids into these programs. Wish we could start them early. That would even be greater, but I understand.
Yeah. And also we're considering the fact that a lot of our students have different skills, so different ability levels, right? Where from our AP students to our students who are in special education who need these skills, these opportunities to have them, to have those opportunities that they deserve, to have a high paying job and a career. So definitely we're finding ways to connect them to things that they're interested to them and exploring any other opportunities as well, because we don't want to stop there. We want to continue to grow as much as we can.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Great presentation. Thank you very much. And, I've said all along, the community here, the students really need, the CTE here in Barstow. I mean, it's, I think it's very important and I'm glad it's expanding. And you said we're going to start welding in the fall? Oh, okay. What room are we going to use?
We're going to use the old wood shop or carpentry room.
Oh, yeah, that's plenty of room there, yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, good luck with that. Thank you very much.
We're looking forward to those interviews on Friday, yes.
Voting is very important.
I want to say thank you. I know this is like a lot of work. There's a lot of different data, numbers, information, and getting all that in there. So thank you for, educating us or clarifying a lot of different things. I did have one question. I didn't want to go too far in the weeds with it, with the welding side. Do you guys know with the machines, because I just seen 12 listed, if they're going to be all the same, or if I'm assuming like different, because there's different types of welding.
I have my fingers crossed again. Would you be in for being our industry rep when we have that meeting?
Yeah, potentially. Okay, yeah.
Because we've only spoken, and I can only speak with industry reps, here and there right now, as
Sure.
they're not actually funded. So I get them when I can. So it was just a little draft of our proposal. So I do not have details on that.
Okay, I would love to,
conversation.
help go, well, and with certain types of welding go to certain jobs. So
Absolutely.
for the railroads looking for, not just generalized, but certain skills. But yes, I would.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next we have the vandalism report, third quarter. Thank you.
This is the third quarter report from January 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2025. During this time, we had 17 work orders totaling $3,265.17. This is a 15% decrease in work orders from last quarter. And we also had a 51% decrease in cost of vandalism from last year's third quarter report. So overall, we're seeing less, right? So
Yeah.
we're doing something.
Good thing.
Glad to see the numbers coming down. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Next is the Williams third quarter report, 24-25.
That's my reference to Ms. Fisher. Our Williams third quarterly report was reported from the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And I'm happy to report that we have no findings in the areas of instructional materials, insufficiencies, school accountability report card reviews, school facility inspections, and teacher misassignments. And this is presented to the board as an informational item.
Any questions? No. All right. Next is the district office customer service survey report.
So this actually is going to go over to Mrs. Friday.
Hey. Good evening, board members and guests. On the screen are some percentages for you, but I have a report prepared as well. So in February of 2024, the superintendent's office launched the district office customer service survey via Google Forms. This anonymous survey was designed to gather insights and experiences from staff, parents, and community members who visited the district office. If you visited recently, you might have noticed the QR codes posted around the office in the lobby. And if you signed in, you recently received an email from our receptionist inviting you to complete the survey. The survey consists of a few quick questions. Which department or school site did you visit? On a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied are you with your experience? On a scale of 1 to 5, how professional were the staff you encountered? On a scale of 1 to 5, how positive were the staff you encountered? Were your expectations exceeded, met, or not met? And were your questions or concerns addressed, answered, or left unanswered? Additionally, the survey does provide a space for respondents to leave comments, allowing both positive and constructive feedback. And at the end, there's an option to provide contact information should a respondent wish to discuss their experience further with a member from our district. Every week, the data collected from the survey is reviewed and shared with appropriate department directors, site supervisors, via the cabinet meetings that we have on Monday mornings, highlighting both positive feedback and areas of improvement. This process works effectively, the chain of command essentially backwards from the superintendent's office down through the leadership teams, enabling us to address concerns quickly or to commend our staff on their exemplary service. If there are requests for follow-ups, I ensure that the necessary details are forwarded to the correct district personnel so that that contact is made. And in the last year, in March, we added the school sites. We sent out a mass mailer of postcards to every student and every staff household with a QR code on it. Recently, we just had the superintendent's newsletter that went out that also had that QR code on it. And again, all of those results are reviewed every single week. So the summary report shows that the most visited departments are certificated and classified personnel offices. Our most visited school sites are Barstow High School and Cameron Elementary School, representing 22% of our responses. Overall, 71% of our respondents say that their satisfaction level is at a 5, which is very positive. Professionalism is at 79%. Positivity from staff is at 80%. 41% of respondents say that their expectations were exceeded, and 43% felt that they were met. So that's like 84% felt that expectations were met or exceeded when dealing with the district office. Question resolution is at 76%, and contact preference, about 90% expressed a desire to be contacted. So although there have been things that have not been so pleasant to read, we do address them in a timely manner and try to correct those concerns, but there has been an overwhelming amount of positivity that has been shared with our staff. So it's nice to get those little shout outs every once in a while too. Any questions?
Do you have any questions or comments?
You go ahead. I think these are very, very important. I, you know, you hear a lot. And you know, when they approach me, I always ask the question, have you talked to this person? Have you talked to this person? Have you talked to this person? A lot of times, most people just want to be heard.
Correct.
When they feel they're not being heard, that's when we have a problem. And I like the idea. I like seeing that. Say, yeah, it's working for this. Be great to get it to 100%, but you know, it's not going to happen. I understand that, but I like to see these numbers because it shows us what the rest of the other than 10%, what the 90% are out there looking at. So yeah, we need to get that. I like that.
So this, you do this once a year? This is the first time I've seen this. I mean.
This report?
Yes.
This is the first time that we have presented this
The
report
first
to the
time?
board. Yes.
It's great.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to keep it up, you know, jumping on this, you know.
We gave it a year to collect some data. We rolled it out, like I said, in February of 2024. So February of 2025 was the 1 year mark. And then in March of 25, we expanded to the school sites. So, you know, if we did it half year or even a year later from now, we would have even more data to present to you.
Yeah, I like the numbers, but you know, we can improve, you know,
Absolutely.
and I hope we can, you know. You know, positive reinforcement is great, you know, and yeah, I like it. I'd like to see another one. I mean, next year, I guess, when we do it. Very informative. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I think it's great that 90% express a desire to be contacted following their visit. That means, you know, they want feedback, and that's good.
Exactly. I mean, we'd like to see this like maybe once every 6 months. You
Make
get
that
a
happen.
really good from where we at to where we at.
Can I do that?
What would you guys think as far as that goes of like kind of like the semesters, like doing one towards the end of the calendar year? That would be like roughly the end of the first semester. Then you get all the fall data, the back to school and fall data, and then doing one again around this time that would capture your, you know, something like that.
Because it'll give us a good snapshot of where we might need to work at. Something that we need to work on. Nothing. Right.
Yeah.
Very easy to collect that data. No problem at all.
One, I wanted to say thank you to everybody, the staff, you know, doing the work, but also for Christina for putting it together. And also just to let everybody know community-wide, we are listening to everything that you all are saying. And this is part of what we're actually putting into action of hearing what was said so we can all hold each other accountable all the way from the top, all the way down to the bottom and everybody in between. So I think it's good to see the numbers. And like I said, just to say thank you to everybody for all the things you're doing. And we definitely agree there's always more work to be done. Like to see it be 100, but you know, good job so far.
Cool. Need to walk the walk. Not only
Yeah.
talk the talk.
That's it. That's the last one, right? Okay. Next we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, staff, and guests. I think it's evening now, but on Sunday, May 4, 2025, I received news of the tragic loss of life for 3 of our BUSD students and 1 former BUS student and also Barstow High School graduate. This news has struck our district in an unimaginable way. Former BUSD student, Barstow High School graduate, and father of the other 3 individuals lost in a single vehicle rollover accident on I-40 was Mr. Bryce Martinez. The 3 BUSD students and Mr. Martinez the 3 BUSD students and Mr. Martinez's children were Cole Martinez, Trent Martinez, and Sailor Martinez. Cole was in the 11th grade and Trent was a freshman at Barstow High School. Sailor was a 4th grade student at Skyline North Elementary. On behalf of Barstow Unified School District, I would like to extend our condolences to the families of Bryce, Cole, Trent, and Sailor. Your anguish at the loss of these 4 beautiful souls is felt across our district and our community. For those of you who would like to help the families, there are GoFundMe accounts established to provide assistance during this very difficult time. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The last week of April, I traveled with 4 of our board members to Washington, D.C. to attend the 4th annual Coast to Coast Federal Advocacy Trip. While in D.C., we engaged in discussion related to the possible elimination of federal funding under the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. The impact of the loss of this funding to BUSD totals $6,065,657 from Title I to Title V categorical funding. The BUSD board, other San Bernardino County School Board members, and I met with Representative Jay Obernolte, urging his support for the continuance of ESSA funding and other legislative issues affecting K-12 education. I'd like to thank Board President Aaron Heldred, Board Clerk Anthony Eastlis, Board Member Leonard Williams, and Board Member Elizabeth Gibbons for making the long trip to DC with me. I appreciate the collaborative advocacy demonstrated among our governance team and the continued support of all who attended. I'd like to acknowledge the board's ongoing effort to conduct school and classroom visits for the guidelines established in Board Policy 1250, Visitors, Outsiders, and Board Regulation 6116, Classroom Interruptions. Board Policy 1250 states, in part, the governing board believes that it is important for parents, guardians, and community members to take an active interest in the issues affecting district schools and students. Therefore, the board encourages interested parents, guardians, and community members to visit the schools and participate in the educational program. To ensure the safety of students and staff and to minimize interruptions of the instructional program, the superintendent or designee shall establish procedures which facilitate visits during regular school days. Visits during school hours should be arranged with the principal or designee. When a visit involves a conference with a teacher or the principal, an appointment should be scheduled during non-instructional time. Board Regulation 6116 states, in part, in order to allow students to take full advantage of learning opportunities while in the classroom, school staff shall ensure that interruptions are kept to a minimum. Strategies to reduce classroom interruptions include, but are not limited to, the following, and per the numbered list, number 4 specifically, inform school visitors that whenever possible, they should make appointments in advance in accordance with district policy. Tomorrow, we celebrate all our incredible BUSD staff members with 2 showings of The Incredibles. Staff members and their families may arrive at the Performing Arts Center at Barstow Community College beginning at 1:00 p.m. for food and snacks, 2 photo booths, and raffle prize pickup. The first opportunity for our staff and their families to enjoy the movie is 1:30 p.m., and the second opportunity is at 3:45 p.m. This employee appreciation event celebrates and honors all of our incredible staff who go above and beyond as BUSD's superheroes of education, ensuring every student in Barstow Unified School District is provided a safe environment conducive to learning.
Thank you. Next, we have board reports. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you. Well, when we went to Washington, D.C., I went wondering, will this be effective? Is this going to work? So my hopes and dreams weren't that high, but I left there feeling so much better. They listened. Quite surprised they were first on the issues we were talking about. they trained us really well. The different classes, the first I couldn't figure out, why are we going to all these classes? Why do we have to sit here? But the progress from that led to the meeting. And then it all made sense. It all came together. So, you know, what's going to happen? We don't know. We gave it our best shot, and a bunch of other people there too. I mean, we have the biggest contingency of anyone there for our district and for San Bernardino. San Bernardino, we had 53 different people there. Biggest contingency of the group. And just had a wonderful time, learned a lot. I think that's something we as a board have to do. We have to get out there and we have to advocate for our district and advocate for our kids, which is the number one thing we should do. And it was amazing. It really was. And I would recommend if you ever get a chance to go, do it again. I have my hand up, immediately. So it was very productive. So for those who some say, you spent all this money, blah, blah, blah. It was very, very productive. Like I said, I was cynical when I went, but I was left with a smile. And thank you, Christina, for making me not have to worry about anything. I have to be guided that way. That's perfect. So on that fantastic. Thank you for the CTE briefing. I've talked about that before. Amazing. I love CTE. I love some of the programs in it. Had a chance to speak to a BCC class, and I'm nobody. But surprisingly, I figured I'd give them 10 minutes. I spoke for an hour on entrepreneurship, and it's truly amazing. So that program, talks about entrepreneurship and welding. Welding, Mr. Eldred here, a welder, right? Pretty much. I'm a mechanic by trade, so the trades are very important to me. Trades are extremely important to me. And you can make a very, very good living in the trades. And we have a chance in the city of Barstow, in this community, to build on that with the big project coming in. So I push it as much as I possibly can, with kids and adults. Enough of that. Tomorrow I get to, Thursday, I get to go play with the kids at Cameron that's presented to us tonight. The last time I was there, we had a escape room. Thank God for Miss Lewis, because I'd probably still be stuck in there, for letting me out. But it was a lot of fun. I tell you, the kids are amazing. Board members who haven't went in a while, just amazing how smart those kids are and creative. I loved it. They invited me again. Now they're gonna do it outside, so I can't get locked in. So, and yeah, the games was amazing. How these kids can put this stuff together. And that young lady, she's just a brilliant girl. She's brilliant. So, anyway, I babbled enough. So,
Jesus. Yes. Yeah, I want to echo a lot what Mr. Williams said. That CTE is very important for the city of Barstow. I believe in it, and I'm an advocate. I mean, I really believe in it. And, we have a lot of kids here, I guess it's like 77% of our students are not going to four-year schools, you know what I mean? And I like the cradle to career saying, you know what I mean? And that's what we do here. We get them from kindergarten all the way through. And I think a lot of those programs have the kids ready for a career, a decent career, mostly welding, that's an art. I don't know how to do it. I'm scared of it. You know what I mean? And I guess that's why they get paid money for doing it, I went to Henderson School when they had the little robots over there. It was my son-in-law, my daughter. I was very impressed in the discipline of the kids there. They had lined up alongside their classroom and they waited very patiently. They didn't jump up and jump on the robots. Teachers were right there, very proud of their students. I was proud of them. It was awesome. I mean, everybody was having fun. I mean, it was awesome. The discipline, I really enjoyed that. I'm an old coach. I believe in discipline. And seeing those kids lined up against the wall, waiting patiently, you could tell they wanted to jump on them with robots and everything else, but they sat there, to the principal, to the teachers, to the staff, to the students, and to the parents that raised those kids. I mean, I was very, very impressed on this. Again, with the Martinez family, he's my waiter at the Canton when I go eat on Sunday morning breakfast. It's very sad thing. Um, on that note, I promised this little kid. Well, yeah, I pretty much promised him. His grandma. They asked me a lot of questions. About what's going. The Brown Act, and what's the Brown Act. It's more for the grandma. The kid comes and asks me, and the last one they asked me is how I got interested in being in politics. And I know you guys have been here a long time, and you guys don't want to hear a long stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and say it because I promised this young kid. And I've been told I like to hear myself talk anyway, so here we go. I was about 8 years old. I was raised by my mother, my aunt, and her oldest sister was like my grandma. My grandmother lived on 517 Clark Street, and back in the day they had no gutters, and the rain used to come down 7th Street. Main Street, 6th Street, right into the body. It would almost flood the houses away there. And we used to have to dig trenches. I'm sure Ray remembers the old days there. And to keep the rain from washing your house away. Anyways, my grandmother was very into politics, and she used to host politica juntas, which translated into political meetings. And they hosted people that were running for city council, school board, even the county supervisor. But at 8-year-old, I didn't know. I just knew it was people coming over. And I was a very tough kid to control. But my mom, for some reason, took me to those things. And I went, ironed up my shirt and stuff, and had big pictures of coffee, pet milk, and sugar. And they used to strain the coffee into it. And they had pan chicano with Mexican bread and cookies. It was a very festive day, atmosphere. And the guy that came in, they asked him, he was a city council, and he asked him about the street gutters. And he says, I'll get my engineers on it. If I get voted in, I get them on right away. 8-year-old, I'll say, what does a Santa Fe engineer have to do with street gutters? I mean, that's where I was at. So anyhow, so time passes, and there's a couple other meetings they had, and then 4 years later, this guy comes back and he walks in the door, and my grandmother's sitting there waiting them, and the festive mood is not festive, almost like a funeral. I mean, everybody's very quiet, really serious. And he introduces himself and he sits down, and then first thing my grandma gets up and says, what about those street gutters? About like that. I kind of shocked. And he says, oh, Mrs. Renteria, ladies, the wheels of government move very slow. She jumped up, grabbed his coffee, opened that old wooden screen door, and said, I'll see you later. I take that as a no. And I remember that, and also remember my 8th grade teacher. I had to pass the Constitution test back in the day to go to high school, and I wanted to play football very, very bad. And my parents knew it, the teachers knew it, and I got in advanced English and history with Mrs. Coffey. And she pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. And I learned and learned with her. And I was even in my math class doing her homework. And I remember the math teacher telling me, at least you're doing something. And didn't interrupt me from that. And I got at high school, you had to pass POD, political science class to graduate, Problems of Democracy, POD. And Mr. Lafferty, he was kind of a goofy guy with a Berkeley guy, had fluorescent ties and leopard vests and stuff. And he would read the newspaper every morning, the current events in the front page. And I told him one day, I said, why don't you read the sports page? He says, well, on Monday, if you review the three front pages of these newspapers, I'll read the sports page. I'll be dang it. He hooked me on that. And it was Watergate. And before I knew it, I was into it. And so that's how I got into it. And I believe it's my civic duty anyhow. I enjoy helping people. I enjoy this, interaction with these kids, when we come and hear them reading and, challenges us. And it's awesome. So that's how I got interested in politics. And like I said, I'm not the type to point fingers at somebody else. I'm going to go try to do it myself. And I've said it 1,000 times. It takes guts to put your name on a ballot. It takes a lot of guts and intestinal fortitude, that rejection. Anyhow, I better stop talking before I start talking about my neighbor's wart on her toes. And, I'll take the cotton out of my ears and stick them in my mouth. And thank you for letting me share.
Leonard, real quick, can you hit where it says extend on that screen? Just tap the word extend. Okay, it's not you. Never mind. I wasn't sure if it was that screen or if it was on the guy behind the door screen. Thank you.
Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz, yes.
Ms. Correa?
The first thing I want to say is that Tony is so interesting. Great story. I really appreciate that. Anyway, I want to offer my congratulations to our classified employee of the year and our teacher of the year. And I want to let them know that I know we all up here on the board appreciate their service very much. And not everybody can be elected to those positions. But I think that all our teachers and all our classified employees are pretty special. I really appreciated the presentations we had today from our students. They challenged us a little bit and demonstrated to us that they can't stand up in front of a group. I just can't imagine myself when I was growing up, standing up in front of a group and reading a paragraph or so. It's a tough thing to do, and I really appreciate the fact that they did that. Our CTE presentation was fantastic. Yeah. I think, as many of us on the board feel, that that's one of the most important programs that we have going. And I'll tell you a short story about my involvement in CTE. Is when I got out of the Army, before I went in the Army, I was working at the base. I was working in packing and preservation, which was okay. And when I got back, I found out that I'd been promoted and I was sent to the welding lab out at Yermo. And so I went there and I was happy to see that a lot of my relatives are working in the welding lab. And I found welding to be one of the most difficult things I could ever imagine. Just trying to run a bead was just crazy. But I got to the point where I could do that. And I could handle the acetylene torch pretty good. But I made a decision one summer and I said, I think I'm going to quit this because, I came home every day and I'd, breathe in that dust and powders and I'd blow my nose and it was just terrible, and I said, I don't think I can do this the rest of my life, So I decided to go to college and that worked out pretty good for me. So, but I look back and see and remember the fellows that I worked with, and they were just artists when it came to welding. And they put together some great projects for the military. We also did some things for the railroad that all involved welding. So a very important program. And I would also like to offer my personal condolences to the Martinez family. just can't imagine what they're going through and the problems that they have on their hands right now. So they deserve our thoughts, our prayers, and hope that they continue moving it. Thank you, that's all.
Ooh, thank you. I would also like to wish my condolences to the family. Again, the same as everyone else has said. I can't imagine what they're going through, and just wish them the best moving forward. I would also like to congratulate the award winners, and also, as Mr. Perea said, thank everyone. Only one person can be named into those positions, but we know that there's tons of outstanding teachers and staff all around the district doing it every day. Also with the students, great, great job. I think that's one of the best things that we started doing here at the board meetings is my biggest takeaway from those are always reminding us why we're all here. And that definitely does that every single time that those kids get up there. I like that. And I also like seeing after the awards are done, after the student presentations are done, at least for me, it makes me feel good seeing the families there, like people taking the pictures together, just spending that time, building that community to make us all feel like a family. I definitely see it. I feel it. May not be perfect, but it makes me feel like we're moving in the right direction. And I definitely appreciate all of that. Also wanted to second or third, fifth on the CTE presentation. Definitely enjoyed all of that and like all the directions that we're going and adding to all of those programs. And I did want to talk a little bit about the DC trip and its importance for us to be there. Right now, big picture wide, there's attacks going on all kinds of different funding streams and organizations. One of those is being Title I, a huge portion of the money and the funding that we're getting for our kids in our schools right now. Right as we were in DC, they were going through budget reconciliation. So as the people that we are talking to in there are the people that are going to be voting to say where we want to cut and where we don't want to cut. So us having that voice and being there in that room, you may not see it as a statistic, but that actually pays dividends. And just like what Leonard, Mr. Williams was saying, we had over 50 locally represented people there for our congressman for Jay Obernolte office. The closest second was 23. So we had more than double just to show him how important it was for us and for our community and for our students, for our teachers, for our staff, that was why we were there. And some of the things that we were there to promote, were the Rural Schools Act, trying to get IDEA fully funded, one, to help to get the funding for those programs, but also so that we don't have such a large encroachment going onto our general fund so that we have more money to spend on all the rest of the students that are out there. The new teacher programs and initiatives that they're looking at cutting all of that. So there were a lot of things that we were able to go in, let him know were important to us and how, and like I said, it wasn't just some random time. This is right at that key moment when they're going to be making those votes. So just wanted to say thank you for them, for their time, to Mr. Obernolte and everybody else for going, because I could feel that we were making an impact and they knew how important it was for all of us. So I think that was all really good. Okay. That's our longest set of reports we've ever had.
Around my neck.
And next we have the student representatives report.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Special shout out to Mr. K, Mr. Krelovich, who's my 7th grade history teacher. Much deserved. Prom is this Saturday at the Fox Theater in Redlands. We're looking forward to lots of fun. Our prom spirit week is also this week. Today it was pearls and ties because our theme is the roaring 20s. Kind of interesting, but good handout fun. Our senior events are starting. Our senior awards, scholarship awards are this Thursday. also the CTE awards. Shout out Miss Bowser. As the kids say, she's the GOAT. We got senior sunset coming up, grad night, and of course graduation on the 29th. I invite all of you to come watch us walk across the stage. And those who are not graduating this year in ASB are looking to get next year's prom venue book. And special announcement, I'm passing on the torch to this young man right here, Elijah Sanchez, who also happens to be a very close friend of mine. He'll tell you that we're siblings, but don't believe him. I have no doubts that he'll do amazing. This is my last meeting as student representative. I'd like to thank all of you for not only giving me a voice, but the students of BHS a voice to be heard. Had a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Good having you.
Keep your nameplate with you too. That's yours to
Thank you.
keep.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, you're totally good. Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for everything. It's been awesome having you here. And you are more than welcome to leave whenever you would like. If you would like to stay, that's fine, but.
All right. Yeah.
We'll see you soon, Alicia.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
Sure.
thank you. Thank you.
All right. We have representatives report, VEA.
We'd like to congratulate the teacher of the year and the CSC of the year as well. It's well deserved for them. We're here tonight on behalf of our teachers, the dedicated professionals who show up every day for our students and communities. And I have to be honest, the level of frustration among our educators is reaching a breaking point. We are still waiting for the district to provide us with a list of mediators. The delay is not only unprofessional, it's disrespectful. It sends a message to our teachers that their concerns are not priority. That their voices don't matter. Quite frankly, it's getting ridiculous. Our members deserve to be heard, and we deserve to have a fair, timely process in place to resolve important matters. Every day this is delayed chips away at the trust and working relationship we should be building together. In addition, we're asking for an update on the DTA meetings that have been held. We had two members who have attended the meetings, yet we continue to be told that we're waiting on a video for Mrs. Swearingen to be added to the slideshow before the information can be shared. This unnecessary delay is frustrating for our members who took the time to participate and for those still waiting to be informed. Timely communication is key to building a healthy collaborative relationship, and right now it's falling short. Adding to this disappointment is the fact this year many of our sites experienced Teacher Appreciation Week with silence from the district. And in a profession where morale is already fragile, a simple gesture of gratitude goes a long way. The absence of recognition felt intentional, and our teachers noticed. Many reached out to express their hurt and frustration, and rightfully so. They work tirelessly, often under challenging circumstances, and should feel valued not just in words but through meaningful actions. Lastly, we would like to request that next year, if it's possible, VEA would like to have the opportunity to suggest some ideas for the staff picnic. We have received feedback from several members this year who are unhappy with the current format, and we believe with some collaboration we can help create the event that better reflects what our staff would truly enjoy and appreciate. Our teachers are the backbone of this district. Their voices deserve to be respected and their efforts recognized. I urge this board and district leadership to reflect on how we can move forward together by honoring commitments, improving communication, and showing our educators the appreciation they so deeply deserve. We remain hopeful that with open, honest dialogue and shared purpose, we can rebuild trust and create a stronger, more supportive environment for everyone in our school community. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA.
Yes.
Personnel Commission.
Yes, good evening, board members, staff, and members of the community. This is a report from the Personnel Commission. Currently, in our statistics, we have 0 interviews in progress. We have 4 recruitments that are in the testing stage. Actually, we probably moved this more towards 6 now as an update. We have 0 recruitments that are open currently. We also currently have 382 classified employees, 178 8-hour full-time, 126 benefited part-time employees, and then 78 non-benefited part-time. We still carry 15 classified management employees. As far as the classifications, we have no vacancies in security. Safety, we have 2 vacancies that we're still trying to schedule. Custodial has no vacancies. After we concluded our abolishment of a number of positions and some of the recent hirings, our vacancy list should be reduced to about 70 positions, and that will keep getting reduced. We have paused some of the paraeducator interviews for the part-time paraeducators because we are currently focusing on scheduling testing for all the other classifications that we have sitting in the pipeline, which we thought were also important and also people were kind of waiting for this. So the classifications that we're currently testing for, we have to review the applications and all time to test. We have health assistant, library media, maintenance worker 1, nutrition services 2, school accounting technician, para, SN, buyer, and translator. All of those we're conducting testing almost every day for the rest of the month. So we're just wall-to-wall testing on them. After we finish scheduling all of these testings, we're going to focus on the recruitment for nutrition services 3 and also the HR technician, which is one of the last classifications that is in the list. So we should be going complete that process. As far as the number of onboardings that we've done this year, we're above and higher than 110 since July. So we've been doing a lot of movement, a lot of onboardings. The campus safety and security trainings, we have an update. We're trying to schedule some more trainings before the end of the year. There's just too many moving parts, so we're gonna push back that to July for the first week when they come back. There's a couple of days that are set aside for training. July 28th, 29th, and 30th is what we're looking at for CPI training and possible training on team building and also some active shooter training. So we have a vendor ready for that. Let's see, what else do we have for an update for you? We have, we're still working on some nutritional services positions. We've been talking about this. We're gonna do one last review. We'll probably bring those to you for approval shortly. There's a lot of movement that the department wants to make, some increase in hours, a couple of abolishments possibly, and then some additional positions. So there's a lot of movement in nutrition. We're still working on a lot of these other tasks that we work on. We sent out the reasonable assurance letters, so those were all sent out. We're working on some of the end of the year letters, still seniority list, vacancy list, and so on and so forth. We are also conducting a lot of onboardings for no duty subs, so a lot of individuals apply at the school sites, and we get those applications, so we're turning that around. And then our next PC meeting is we did a schedule change for June. We're gonna have it on Tuesday, June 3rd, 4:30 p.m. again in this room. And let's see, I believe that is all I have to report for this one. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
I did. Good work. Mr. Ortiz, just want to thank you for improving the personnel commission. You know, as an employee, I believe in the merit system and the personnel commission, and you've really improved it. I don't want to go on to the past, you know, but you're doing a great job. Your staff's doing a great job. The commissioners are doing a great job communicating what's going on. You know, I really enjoy going to the couple of meetings I went to, but all in all, as a group, you guys are doing an excellent job. You know what I mean? In my eyes, you know, and I really appreciate it. This was one of my pet peeves coming in, you know what I mean? And you've really improved the personnel commission. The new commissioners have really helped out. 2 staff members are awesome. And I know you probably don't get enough pat on the back, but thank you very much. And, I sleep easy at night knowing that you're up there in charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Islas, and as always, it's the staff that really carry that department. So both Maria and Julie have a lot to do.
I just want to say the same thing also, just saying, hey, good job. And I love always seeing us growing, whether that's, through Mr. Gutierrez on the teaching side, whether that's through you on the classified side. I know there's a whole host of names that are coming in this time. It was Paris last time. But anytime that, so long as, it's okay. And Mr. B, with, on the money side, anytime that I, see our group growing, I definitely like it. So thank you.
Point of order, Mr. President, can we take a short break?
Yep. All right, it's 7:23. We'll take a 5-minute recess. It is 7:29 and we are back in session. The next item we will move on to is the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with, we have 4 corrected copies. K22 in-service education, L4C1, one-time off schedule stipend bonus for certificated and classified management, confidential personnel for 24-25 school year, L6D1 amendment to the contract to employment for superintendent, and L6E2 board bylaw 9250 compensation. So can I get a motion with corrected copies?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we'll move into the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items that they would like to pull?
Not this time.
You have one?
I did, but it was answered for me. You know what?
Don't be mad at me. First is K21. Second is K22. K29. K31. K39. And K411.
Is there a K11?
Is it, oh, did I? Let's see. Oh, yes, K33, excuse me. K33, yes.
What was the last one? No, we
I'm
just
not
said
sure what
K
that,
three,
so K21,
and then K4-2, right? K4-2.
yes, K42.
Okay, you meant K3-3. So K39.
Yes.
So first we need to approve the consent with all that hold.
Let's see, one, check everything really fast, just to make sure I didn't. Yeah, okay, just double checking. Yes, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with items pulled?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. So first, we will go to K21. It would be in-service education.
I'm going to hand that over to Ms. Fisher.
Okay. So for this board agenda, we have 6 in-service trainings, PD opportunities for our teachers and counselors and other certificated staff. The first is Canva Create, which was for Barstow Fine Arts Academy. This particular one was for the counselor to attend a workshop on Canva. He was actually on a wait list, and then and so we didn't take to the board because we didn't think he was going to be able to attend. At the very last second, he was able to. So unfortunately, we're having to bring it. He already attended, so we're bringing it there. Our second is the basic auditory and hearing problems workshop for our RN and our LVN to gain certification to be able to do auditory screenings for our students. So that'll be fantastic. We also have the wellness conference. We have already taken to board for approval for the Barstow Junior High to provide a team for this conference. And this is in addition, we have 10 sites overall represented in one department for our group to be able to attend to gain the most up-to-date information on providing our students as well as our staff with wellness strategies. We have the American School Counseling Association Conference for 2 of our school counselors, and this is a top-notch conference that we recommend for our counselors each year. We have an additional team going to the Avid Summer Institute. We send many of our Avid sites to this training each year. And I personally am excited for us to also bring forward the California Administrator Reading Collaborative. We have a group of representing 3 departments and 3 sites who will be participating next school year in a statewide collaborative on literacy. And so it'll offer us the opportunity once a month to be able to connect with our other literacy partners throughout the state and learn about providing great literacy for our students.
Thank you definitely for all the additional information on those trainings. Did you guys have any questions or? What initially drew me as far as pulling it on this one was just with all of the wellness conference that I had pulled it earlier because I knew there wasn't quite as many names.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, it's such a good class. I would like to see, hopefully we could get more
Yes.
people. So it was just nice to see like all the addition, but definitely like all the trainings. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next is K22 with corrected copy for in-service education out of state.
So for this one, we have 3 out-of-state conferences that we're bringing forward for approval. The first is Innovative School Summit, which is held annually in Las Vegas. And we have a teacher from Barstow Fine Arts Academy who is an add-on for this conference. So we have a larger team who is going throughout the district. And so Mr. Rodriguez will be representing Barstow Fine Arts Academy. We also have the Kagan Summer Academy, which is in Orlando, Florida. This one was brought forward actually by my department in collaboration with Barstow Intermediate School. We have been working for the last several years with Kagan Cooperative Learning, Kagan Learning, to bring cooperative learning strategies to our students and to our teachers. Miss Malden, who is obviously the administrator of Barstow Intermediate School, was the first to bring Kagan to our district back prior to the pandemic. And it was through her efforts that Educational Services and Instructional Support learned about Kagan Cooperative Learning. We brought in recently a coach from Kagan to work with 2 of our sites, Skyline North Elementary and Barstow Intermediate School. And the coach who came in to work with Barstow Intermediate School just finished up his doctorate with Harvard about cooperative learning, specifically with Kagan. And he was really impressed with Barstow Intermediate School. We have struck up a collaborative with him as a representative of Kagan. And he recommended that we try to bring a team from Barstow Intermediate School to the Kagan Summer Academy, which is only offered during this time period in Orlando, so that they can bring back the most relevant information about, over the course of those 5 days, about cooperative learning to that site, so we can move forward with cooperative learning efforts at that site and then actually across the entire district. We additionally, I want to say on that particular one, we do have a strikeout. One of the teachers who signed up is unable to attend. Additionally, Melissa Hilton was awarded a grant from the Kagan Foundation to be able to attend the entire week-long coursework for free. So her registration is paid for. So the district would only be paying for her travel and lodging expenses. And based on the other 3 teachers who are going, Esther Manuel Renault would, as the administrator, will attend for free. So we will also just have to pay for meals and lodging for transportation. And then finally, we have the Broadway Teachers Workshop, which Amanda Will from Barstow Fine Arts Academy will be going to New York and participating in an entire program with Broadway workshops, learning how to put on technically Broadway level shows. And then through those workshops, you will also be able to attend what would be considered lab time with the pre-production and post-production of each of 4 different productions that are going to be going on in Broadway. So that's a really great opportunity for her to bring that back for our students.
Questions, comments?
Yep, cause that was the question I had when I got a Broadway Teachers Workshop, New York. I assumed it had something to do with drama,
Right.
but I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
so I had to ask that question, you know.
Yeah, and it's kind of exciting because they do have, as part of all of the workshops that she does during the day, the students, the participants are also offered the opportunity to be able to go to the before the play actually starts, and I know I'm using the theater production, starts, and see how it's all put on, and then also how it's all torn down, everything that goes along with that, which is a lot.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you. A lot of good follow-on information. Some of the things I didn't know all about as far as with the different Kagan courses and why and these people in these places and all that. It makes way more sense after getting the whole backstory of information. And it sounds like a really awesome opportunity. And I like that it's something that we can get that, yes, Barstow's small, but that doesn't mean it has to be a bad thing. I like that can be something that we can be niche, but be awesome and pilot something and,
Yes.
you know, try to be on the cutting edge of something. So I
This
think
is an
that's
exciting
awesome.
opportunity.
Can I get a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right. K-9, amplify K2 reading difficulty screening.
And that also certifies. Okay, so the Department of Education, California Department of Education has been working for quite some time with a literacy effort for all of our students in California. So the next step in that process is that starting in the 25-26 school year next year, all of our students in California in grades kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2 must be screened for reading difficulties, which includes dyslexia. So in that process, we are bringing to board an approval for what we have chosen as technically it is DIBELS, but it is DIBELS is a reading screener, a set of reading screeners actually. It has been around for quite some time through the University of Oregon. It's a very renowned reading set of screeners, and it has been digitized by MClass, which the publisher is Amplify. So saying all that, there were 4 reading screeners that were approved by the State Board of Education in December. And so districts have to choose a reading screener from those 4. And the group that I've been working with in Barstow Unified is our group that is the most well-trained and in literacy, which is our Language Essentials of Teachers of Reading and Spelling, which is our letters group. And so in looking at the possibilities, we decided to go with Amplify DIBELS as our reading screener for next year. So we're bringing to board for approval 3 different quotes. The first is which is I guess you could say like the mandatory quote for us to provide the screeners for our K2 students, which also includes professional development for our teachers and teachers, paraeducators, and our administrators. And then included in that, and I failed to mention, is the reading screener also has to be offered in Spanish. And so the Spanish version of that is Lectura. So we will be offering DIBELS and Lectura for our students. Additionally, we are wanting to provide Amplify the screeners, I should say, for our grade 3 through 6 students. So we can screen for reading difficulties with them as well. And DIBELS through Amplify offers screeners all the way through. So we are bringing a supplemental quote for our grade 3 through 6 students in both English and in Spanish, and additional quote for much more professional development that I believe our teachers and our paraeducators, and including our our administrators will need about administration and reporting and all of the requirements that go along with that. And we are asking the board for approval.
You really look like you have a question.
Well, no, I wrote an article about the K-2. Are we getting ahead of the game when we talk about 3 through 6? Or
What grades 3 through 6 will offer our students is that any of our students who have not been picked up for at their site level for intervention, these screeners will offer an additional opportunity for us to catch if they do have a reading difficulty, and including dyslexia. So, what I should say is tendencies toward dyslexia. By no means do these screeners diagnose anything along that line. But what they do is provide markers for us to look deeper into what our students are experiencing in terms of reading difficulties and the types of really intensive interventions that we can provide for them. Because dyslexia is neurological, and while it can never be cured, there is a lot of research that shows that we can, by all means, with intensive intervention, reroute the neural pathways. And so students who are displaying dyslexia can become really great readers.
okay, so it threw me off there a little bit.
Sorry.
But so we're required for K-2.
Correct.
And what 3 through 6 is going to do is going to catch those that we've missed.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
You know, as an old reading teacher, I can tell you that one of the most difficult things to do is to pick up on deficiencies in areas. And it's very difficult that once you find a deficiency,
yeah,
you have to do a one-on-one on it. And you can't do that in a classroom when you've got 20-some students. So I think it's great. I would love to have that when I was teaching.
Yeah.
Great program.
I kind of had a few different questions. I had one, but then as you were talking, I was getting more and more.
Okay.
So we do our screenings, we go through, we identify the students.
Yes.
In the testing through that initial. Then I'm assuming then that we're doing further screeners based on that for those students, and then potentially developing 504s and all that stuff. But that's like our inception point, basically.
It will be, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be our inception point. For K-2, we screen up. So, and we actually already have screeners in district, but the state wants all districts in California to use only their approved list. So the State Board of Education, there was actually a reading panel that was tasked with choosing or selecting the screeners that California will use. And they're all similar in the fact that they screen for, certain types of, phonemic awareness and all of that. So in K-2, we'll screen up, starting with just letter recognition and letter sounds. And then in our grades 3 through 6, we'll actually screen down. So we'll start with comprehension and then whittle down to, okay, what are the elements of literacy and reading progress where you need help. And then from there, what Dibbles and Amplify offer are for our teachers to be able to provide their stopping markers. So you don't screen all the way through. At that stopping marker, it's okay, the student needs intervention at this specific point so that they can move on. And we will be provided the instructional strategies and activities that are really intensive for those students at that point.
So it's more, okay, so it's a little bit more in depth. I thought it was just going to be, so it'll be the surface, but it'll also be the individual. Okay. Yeah. And this is slightly going into like a 2-pronged part between both of you guys.
Okay.
I'm going to assume here from the CBO side that we're not getting any additional funding as far as, because I would assume now, right, that so we're going to need to have, this is going to take time. Teachers are already, days are already more than full as it is. And as far as, so I guess the starting point is who can administer? Because I heard you say, so paras, teachers, and administrators can all, under the guidance, are okay to administer it?
Right. So in terms of administration, the screeners themselves, for K2, there's not a ton of required screeners. While Dibbles offers a lot of screeners, the only ones that are required are minimal, and usually they take about 1 minute. And as I said, you only screen, like, once you screen for this one, if the student isn't able to pass that, you don't go on. If they don't know their letter sounds, their letter names, you don't move on. We actually are being provided a grant by the state to implement this. So that's why on the quote C, it says that it'll be funded by the CDE Literacy Screenings Professional Development Grant. And then we will be paying for our additional professional development out of Title II. And then the quote for the grades 3 through 6 is supplemental. So we'll be paying for that with our Title I funds.
Okay. And through the mandate, is there a window, like whenever they're doing it, that like say from, hey, start of school to this point is when, how long is of a window do we have?
And I didn't fully answer your previous question.
It's okay, I know there's a lot.
So actually, the administration, we are, if board approved on Monday, providing 2 sessions of training on this particular screener. This training itself is 6 hours, but it's broken up into 2 3-hour sessions. So the first session is in person, and we'll be hopefully providing that here in the boardroom and in the SDC. We currently have close to 60 people who have shown interest in the K2 realm. So we have, and that is with teachers and with paraeducators. Honestly, it is, the administration is very simple. It is digitized, which is fantastic. And part of the requirements of the K2 reading difficulty screener from the state is that that the vendors provide a simple, easy to understand report for parents. So that comes out of that. So that'll be the second portion of our training, which will be virtual after our administration window. In terms of administration windows, we haven't fully determined what that will be. I need to connect with our letters group as well as with the vendor. There's kindergarten, it would be difficult to screen immediately because they haven't had the opportunity to learn the skills that they need to be screened in. So typically the kindergarten screening is a little bit later, but we can screen our first, well, really 1st through 6th graders immediately. What is nice about Dibbles is that they offer a beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year opportunity to screen. However, the CDE only requires that 1 screening is administered throughout the school year. So, and students will need to be screened each year, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd. We will need to provide a parent notification letter at the beginning of the school year because similar to state testing, parents will need to be given the opportunity to opt out for whatever reason. They want their students opted out of it. But after that, they just need to provide that in writing, similar to what we do with state testing, and they'll be notified of the screening window. So most likely, it will be beginning, given a little bit of time to acclimate to, school. And so a screening window roughly around the time of our trimester report cards.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure, like, I like what we're doing, but I want to make sure as a district wise that we're doing a screener for a reason and they're going to find things. And then when we do that, just to make sure that we're positioned, you know what I mean,
Right.
moving forward to then be able to carry that on and see it, 2 for 2, I guess.
So then sites would take that information, process it as grade level teams as well as with their MTSS teams, and determine, just because the student, screens at a certain point, they will be provided intervention, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have, by any means, dyslexia or a major reading difficulty. It could just mean that they have a gap. So it's providing those stopping points. So multiple screenings would be able, for us, we would be able to determine that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We approve.
You just motion to approve. You want a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right, next is K3-3. Oh, we got a lot of different numbers. K3-1, that would be, the contract with DocuSign, 24-25 and 25-26 school years.
Yes, and I've asked Mr. Ortiz to address this.
Yes, so this is a recommendation to the board to approve the contract with DocuSign and to renew this contract. DocuSign is an e-signature company, and this will be for use by USD People Services, school site administrators, special education case managers, teachers, and IEP 504 service providers, etc. The length of the contract is from March 28th of 25 to June 27th of 26. I have some additional background information if you want to hear this. DocuSign has been used by People Services Department, Special Education, etc. since 2020. So that was around the time of COVID, when a lot of these documents have to be electronically signed because we're not having in-person meetings. They use it. People Services uses this for IEP signatures and also for IEP members who attend IEP meetings virtually, but are not necessarily in person, as well as for obtaining parent guardian signatures on required documents for parental consent, and to provide services and assessments, right? So a lot of this has to be digitally signed. The district works with many virtual special education service providers and case managers, and continuing our contract with DocuSign will allow for consistency and compliance in the process of obtaining electronic signatures for IP documents and also for efficiency, so that it would be faster. Just as a note, you also approved in April the digitizing of People Services documents through SciTech. This company, DocuSign, can integrate with SciTech to provide electronic forms so that these forms can be digitally filled out and signed and submitted, so that we can eliminate that part of the process and be more efficient and faster. So this is submitted for you for approval.
You answered my question right at the end. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Didn't we do this a couple of weeks back?
That was the last part that he was just mentioning. So they're digitizing the documents was what we signed. This is specifically for the DocuSign part. So for them to be able to do the signatures. But the cool part is that they can link everything together. So now you can have all the previous history, everyone can review everything, but you can also have the signed documents in there as well. So it'll, right, I'm assuming, take a huge burden off for everyone having to do the paperwork side.
Yes, I've seen this before.
Close, yeah. This is adding with the signature capability. So, okay. Yep. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved. It's like to say.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right. Now, Kate. Gaggle therapy contract, June 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026.
And Dr. White address this.
Yes, Gaggle is a new company, a new contract that we're bringing to the board for their consideration tonight. They offer teletherapy services. There's two major kind of programs that we're asking the board or plan to use this company with board approval. The first is teletherapy services for all K through 12 students. So this is equivalent of a teledoctor for mental health therapy. Currently, we have mental health providers at all of our schools, at least in some form, in person, at least 1 to 2 days a week. Our larger schools, we have 4 days a week, but this would allow for more flexibility for that direct service for students within our setting. And also there's what's called a Gaggle Reach Out, which is a 24/7 crisis counselor. Again, with another company that we work with right now, Wellness Together. We offer a lot of in-person support services, and that is obviously our preference, but a lot of times there is more need than there is ability to meet. And there's also students who have
who could benefit from this teletherapy as well. And so we're bringing this new program and asking the board to consider it. Gaggle therapy also includes the potential for support for school staff as well as students. And so that would be through its own private connection. These are all private, they're HIPAA compliant, they're with doctors. And so the only time that we would be interacting is with progress towards goals for our students. Originally, or these supports used to be are continue to be provided through our county counseling services, but those would be infrequent sometimes. So we moved into Wellness Together, so we had a quicker response for students who were in need of mental health therapies and supports. And so this is an additional method to get those supports to students with flexible timing. Most of these will still be during the day, but there is an option for different times if parents need to be involved or if student needs therapy in non-school hours and things of that nature. And under fiscal considerations, it shows the different prices for both outreach and gaggle therapy. And it says that these funds will be paid for from the CYBHI grant. Just to expand on that, that's a grant from California that refers to Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. And so there's a push from California through this grant and different funding to increase the availability of mental health services for students in the school setting. They've always been available privately or through insurance, but the state right now is really using these funds to make them available for schools. And so in addition to what we've already expanded, this is another option to be able to make that. We started thinking of different ways in which students could be either in a center at school or have access to a computer and have access to these therapists directly on campus. And so those are the two items, right? Oh, the last item is it is for next school year, kind of in general, because we're at the end of this year, but the company did make it effective June, so this fiscal year, so we can start piloting out and have it available during our summer school time and for some off-sign services. So this was something that was kind of looked at for next year, but we're able to kind of start it a little bit earlier to work out some of the things. And hopefully we can have a lot of our practices in place for the start of school.
So students can contact counselor, crisis counselor, 24/7.
Yeah, so the line itself is for 24/7. So when we start advertising to students can refer out to it. But again, one of the things is we hope this will be a tool for all of our staff when they come across a student in crisis at the school site. We're able, the company says that they'll be able to get connected with counselor within a minute. We don't have to necessarily wait and rely on someone to come from across town. We certainly can when that's called for, but when there's an immediate need for a trained counselor to be able to interact with the student, we can get on that right away. And so we expect this to be a school tool, but since it is 24/7, it will be available to students and families when they recognize the need when they're not school time. So it will be available to them and they can communicate that. So it expands it more than we could with the current resources.
Sounds good.
So there isn't necessarily like a direct, like no one has to like say approve this, meaning like if one of the students wants to call or whatever, they don't have to wait on this coming either, like the principal approves it or the counselor approves it or anything like that, like before them to be able to get the treatment.
So for the Gaggle reach out, if a student is in crisis, they can reach out to someone. But for students to receive clinical help, there does need to be a approval process from their parents. And so a parent can come to school and say, and this has happened to us many times over the years where a parent says, I want to get some help for my child, or the child identifies I would like some help, and we were able to connect them with them. When it was through outside providers and people coming in, it was sometimes hard, sometimes it required their insurance, it sometimes required a lot of external things. So we started with, again, our in-person ones together, and that reduced the time, and they were able to see somebody right away. Now, this can be even faster, but still collaborative. There are very few times in which based on the needs of the students. There are ways where if the parent approval is concerned, that we can work with that, but all of these still require collaboration between the student and the parent. What the student says with the counselor, as long as it meets the right conditions, is private and is still confidential. But getting them approved, like a student can't just say, I want to talk to someone and text somebody in the middle of the night. So those are still gonna be things that go through the school. But we found with our wellness schedule, with our in-person, usually those things can happen within a day, sometimes same day. And with this, because of the availability of counselors, the moment everyone is on board, they can start providing that therapy and they can kind of work out what that regimen looks like. And so whether that's continued therapy support, whether that's a bridge to something else, whether that's kind of some other coping mechanism, whether that's sort of a private thing, after that, it reduces the time that students have to wait. This makes it even shorter as a result.
Thank you. So, I'm looking at the infrastructure,
Yes,
and you kind of touched on that. I'm thinking of a little room that they can go into and talk. Because most, especially when you get junior high, high school,
sure,
they don't want anybody to know what they're doing. That they have problems. The world is all good. Hence, you have teen suicide that happens, and nobody seems to know what happened. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm looking. The pictures are popping in my head of the little room with the computer. Can we make it where the young kid, adult, comes to the principal or his teacher? They talk to them. They go to the administration. And the administration call the parents. Parents say it's fine. Then they can operate it, or do we have to have a signature?
No, there could be digital connections on it. It's not always necessarily a signature. It can be verified a couple of different ways. And then in terms of the what it looks like, we've had a couple of different conversations in terms of, like I said, sometimes it's hard for one professional to come on campus, speak with one student, then go across town, or how different things may be. But there's always people at a school site, and so a student being called down to the office, it doesn't have to be for any particular reason. So we'll still provide them a space. We've looked at a couple of ways. I know some schools have a couple of stations where they can record audio recordings or like the podcast thing or do some things with their computers, but they're still being supervised by one of our employees. And so we've thought about maybe even having that as a possibility, where we have a room where there's lots of things happening, lots of kids coming in and out, lots of kids testing on the computer, lots of kids doing this on the computer. And one of the next of them might be doing this particular therapy session, but it's not, it wouldn't be noticeable to somebody walking by. And so there's a lot of ways that we can probably, a lot of ways that we can connect students with this particular service at the school site to increase their availability.
Okay.
Everybody else good? Right. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
K42.
K42, donations for employee appreciation event. And if we could, I just wanted to, for a couple seconds, just to go to the bottom, just to pull up each of the lists really quick. Were you able to do that?
Stop. He's got it.
So I just wanted to take a minute, or at least just make it known, or these are, some of the people who we have two different lists. One was for either items, the other one was for cash. But just to say from us, from the board, thank you, or from myself, at least personally, thank you. All of our teachers and staff do work extremely hard, and there are only certain things that we can do for them, but this is another way to help let them know that they're appreciated. And so I appreciate it for your appreciation for them. So thank you.
And then we can show the other list too.
Kind of interested to see who's going to end up with all the tickets.
mouse pad, guys.
We've had some late additions to it, so we'll be bringing you another list.
Okay. Yeah, just like I said, just want to reiterate, just thank you for all the people who donated. It's good to see our employees be able to get well-deserved items, so thank you for that. Anybody else have anything?
No, I had a question. Do we have a list of contributors to our scholarship program? People who, every year contribute scholarship funds, that are.
So that would actually be my mom. She'll be doing that Thursday. And so she puts together a whole program. They give out all the different scholarships, as some of the people here will be attending, and anything if you want to know. But she's really grown. I mean, I want to say it was about 20,000 or so whenever she first started, and it's been around 6 figures. Yeah. Yeah, so, but she keeps it every year, has the whole list of all the people, the amounts, all the.
Does she contact those people with a?
Oh, yeah,
thank you
lots
letter
of,
and all that?
lots
Okay.
of phone calls, yes, sir.
It's a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Real quick question on the employee appreciation. It's not so much about the employee appreciation, it's funding. Who manages that funding and where does that funding? Most places have a foundation that does all that stuff for them, where the organization does it. Do we have one? Do we have a foundation that's doing this? Do we have the USD Booster Club that handles all this? Or
It's Mr. Beaton's office, Business Services Office handles the employee appreciation. What was referred to as the employee appreciation picnic, which we're now referring to as the employee appreciation event, has been handled with Business Services.
So
a lot of the money comes from donations.
Yes,
And I've been exploring the idea of starting a foundation, and so you need to get that done.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can talk about it.
Yeah. We have lots of interest, so I just need to put in the footwork, and get that 501c3 paperwork submitted, develop a board, and
there you go.
And
you only need 5.
I actually started one in my previous one, so one of the things I'd like to get it's much needed, and yes.
Let me know.
Ready to go.
Ready to help.
Okay.
All right.
He does have a committee that works every year on employee appreciation.
Yes, and they work tireless.
No, I was just wondering who handled the money.
Oh.
It's not the appreciation, but if you have a foundation, they can just do more than just employee appreciation. They can do other things. Foundation or 501c3.
Great, that would be able to handle a lot of things that we run out of time for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that takes the pressure off it. You guys can do your jobs. And
That would be great. We would love to have that conversation.
Yes, that would be very fun.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
So I'm taking, it's in the works.
It has been. It's in here. We got to get it out of here.
Well, I'll take that coffee cup out of your hand.
I will, if you guys are fine with it, we can recommend to move it for whenever we get to the end for items for future board meetings. We can put it on there for. Are we good with that?
Yeah, that'll work.
And for this, does anyone have any other questions or comments they'd like to put in for this item? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So you're gonna, at the end, you're gonna.
Okay, next is discussion items. First, general L11 board policy overview.
And for the second time tonight, so I'll go to Mrs. Grant.
I'm gonna stand up for a minute. It's been a long time sitting. Make it an official presentation this time. So good evening once again, board members and guests. I am pleased to present the Barstow Unified School District Board Policy Adoption process tonight to you. I don't think we've done this in the 6 years that I've been in the superintendent's office, so I'm excited to share how this process works. There is a presentation. I'm just gonna click on it. Maybe. So the board policies are broken into 9 sections based on the content that they cover. And those topics include things like the district philosophy, administration, policies on students, instruction, and board bylaws. On the next slide, each of those categories contain up to 3 different components: policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits. So to put it simply, a policy is basically the guiding rules or plans. An administrative regulation is the implementation of those policies. And then the exhibits are those supporting documents that are the evidence to support the policy. So you'll hear us talk about them globally as policies, but it contains those 3 components at all different times. In the next slide, the California School Board Association represents the interest, or I should say, California School Board Association, also known as CSBA, represents the interests of school boards in districts throughout California. They provide advocacy, training, and resources to support effective governance and education, including policy development. Quarterly, CSBA's policy development team compiles packets of policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits to be updated by districts. These materials undergo a thorough vetting process by policy experts to ensure compliance with federal, state, and county laws relevant to education and our district practices. You may notice on these that there are minor edits, such as little grammatical changes or shifts to gender neutral language, or it could be more extensive changes when we took away all of the COVID mandates. Those were big, massive changes, big lumps of language that were taken out of policies. So CSBA typically drafts those updates. They use lawyers, they have legal advisors, and they specialize in education law and governance, and they are in deep in ed code and federal codes, all of the ABs and things that are going through, and they have very boring jobs. The updates are typically expected upcoming in June, then September, December, and March of 2026. On the next slide. In the adoption process, which you're going to see in the next couple of board agenda items this evening, they come, like I said, in quarterly update packets. For example, tonight you're going to be presented a total of, I believe, 46 policies, administrative regulations, and I believe 1 exhibit. The board will be presented the draft version of these policies, which you'll see an example if they're on your screen. Additions are highlighted in green. Items with deletions will be struck out with red highlight. And that is for you to see what the policy currently looks like versus what we're adding and what we're taking away. I will introduce these items as an information item during the first meeting of the month to allow ample time for the board to review them. And I wanted to make one special side note that the board has the option with specific policies. If there was something that was an immediate need or something that had minor changes, or again, referring to a later item on tonight's agenda, you can take and review a policy, and approve it and adopt it the same evening. So you don't have to go through the long process. We give that because it gives you time to read through all 46 of them. So on the next slide, the items will come back a month from now. So the items that you're being presented tonight on May 13th will come back to you on the consent agenda on June 10th at the regular board meeting. During this month-long period, the board members will have the opportunity to share any questions, concerns, or suggestions with the superintendent prior to approval. And this ensures that they're made publicly available for your consideration over that time. So you're not expected to receive your agenda on Friday, read through all of these, make any kind of sense of this information, and vote on it 4 days later. That would just not be fair. On the next slide. So once the policies are adopted and approved, I will incorporate the track changes and store a clean copy of the policies on our website. On the next slide, if you visit www.busdk12 and click on the Board of Trustees tab, underneath the Policies tab, you will find our digital online board policy handbook. Annually in December, I take and download this complete packet, and we have a hard copy stored digitally on our network. That's the shortest version of policies I could come up with. Do you have any questions?
I did just have one thing, not a question, but we can stay back up at the other slide, the last one, where the web, yep, right there. One thing that I did find extremely useful as a new board member is on either the codes or the titles there, you can search. So if there's something in particular that piques your interest or that you're specifically looking for, you can put in a word and or phrase in there, and that'll pull up any of your board policies and or regulations. So that was a tool that I used quite a bit to try to navigate before I kind of had my footing as far as what all the different series were and all that. So definitely really helpful.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that search feature, what a lot of people don't realize, it's a system that I spend probably way too much of my life inside of. And everybody else, you know, if you have a lot of hours that you want to do something very boring, you can click on them, click on the search tool, and you can actually search policies throughout the rest of the state of California with members that are registered with CSBA's gamut system. That's what this is. So this is actually the preferred provider that CSBA works with. So all of their updates are made in the system already, which makes it really nice for us. It integrates with our board agenda already. So like you said, you can do keyword searches, you can do key phrase searches, you can do numerical searches if you know the policy number that you're searching for. And if there's ever a policy that you have a question about, or you heard it from another district, or you just want to know what ours is, please feel free to contact me anytime and I will pull it up for you.
And one other thing, at the bottom of all of them, will always have all of your additional documentation. So like when you're saying, hey, why do we have to change this to say this? Why are we including this? Why are we taking this away? Whatever, it'll have all your subsequent, you know, either state, federal, whatever, all the different documents, and you can, and hyperlink too. So you can click right on it and it can show you everything about the why all of this is coming about. So there is an insane amount of knowledge put in there. So
I do also include, actually, if I can jump ahead on
Sure.
the agenda for a second, just because it's an information item. So Alex, if you could go to the next item on the agenda. So I did mention that we have a bunch of policies coming forward. I break them down on the agenda by their category. Under current considerations, I do take the snippet from the California School Board Association packet where they've rationalized what it is that we're updating and why. So just for a quick example, I'm not going to go through each one. Complaints concerning instructional materials, the policy's been updated to reflect a new law, Senate Bill 153, which was adopted in 2024. And then it gives you the rationale behind that. So you will have that every single time I present an board agenda, a board policy to be updated. There's no further questions. I'm gonna go take minutes on myself now.
thank you. Do we need to take each of these individually, or can I just?
The recommendation is to read the first part of the information so that we just presented as information are the revisions for the following board policies and administrative regulation and what their titles are in each section. They'll be up on the board.
Oh, okay.
So we can click on L1, 2, and then just read that first part out loud, I would say.
And you're saying taking each one, do the one time, okay. All right, so we have presented as information of the revisions of the board policies, administrative regulations and exhibits for BPAR Exhibit 1312.2, complaints concerning instructional materials. Like the whole?
Nope, just, and then BPAR.
Okay, BPAR 1340, access to district records.
Go to the next one. because these are not voting on items tonight.
Okay, next is BPAR 3311 bids. 3311.1 Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Procedures. BP 3312 Contracts. BP 3516.5 Emergency Schedules, and BPAR 3580 District Records. Next, we have BP 4151, 4251, and 4351 Employee Compensation, and BPAR 5148, 4158, excuse me, 4258, and 4358 Employee Security. Next, we have BPAR 5125 Student Records, BP 5131 Conduct, BPAR 5131.6 Alcohol and Other Drugs, BP 5131.8 Mobile Communication Devices, BP 5141.5 Mental Health, BPAR 5141.52 Suicide Prevention, and BPAR 5145.13 Response to Immigration Enforcement. BP 6142.93 Science Instruction, BP 6142.94 History, Social Science Instruction, BPAR 6159 Individualized Instruction or Education Program, and BP 6159.2 Non-Public, Secretariat, School, and Agency for Special Education. BP 9150 Student Board Members, BP 9224 Oath of Affirmation or Affirmation, and BP 9260 Legal Protection. Fun stuff. All right.
Having more.
All right, and those were all presented as informational items. Next, we're going to move to educational services, L22, new course textbooks for U.S. history with ethnic studies integration, Barstow High School.
And that's what it is. Okay. This is also being brought to the board as an information item, and for approval consideration, it'll be brought back to the board on the May 27th board meeting. And so what this is embedding our ethnic studies requirement from the CDE into our U.S. history class, grade 11. And we will be adopting, if approved, eventually, the text that will meet the ethnic studies requirement. And Ms. Swearingen has a copy of it there.
Thank you. And I did also want to note so that these texts are available, right, for everyone to be able to view them. If anyone else, I know I'm personally going to be looking at them, but if anybody else would like to look at them, so if they have any comments, concerns, or.
And this will be the text that will be up for approval next. Is it coming back in May 27th or in June?
No, in May.
In May. So next board meeting. Yeah. And then this is the current adopted curriculum that's being used. So, but yes, these will be in the Department of Educational Services for review.
Thank you.
Is there any possibility that in the future there will be a standalone ethnic studies course?
Possibly. At this point, what the CDE recommended is that through the, let me get the name exactly correct, the ethnic studies essentially framework is that districts look at the courses they're currently offering and see where the perspectives, which are the four major perspectives of ethnic studies, be embedded. And those perspectives are African American, Latino, Chicano, Native American, and Asian American Pacific Islander. I know that we have community colleges and universities, colleges that offer a standalone course. So I would imagine that it would move in that direction
So that's something to consider.
eventually. Yes.
Don't want to totally go off. Do you know, or is there any other schools at all, if they have, or has the CDC at all looked at, if there is because I'm sure there's probably a school that somewhere has this, say, like as an elective class, that if it already exists,
Well,
it would then qualify, or
Oh, I see.
or are they saying
Yeah.
like 100% it just
Yeah.
must be embedded? You know
No,
what I
no,
mean?
no.
Or is there that option as like
Yeah.
what Mr. Price saying, say, hey, if you have this whole other course that's already here,
Right.
is that already, are
So-
other districts doing that, or is that an
There
option?
probably are across the state. However, the way that the CDE is rolling this out to make it, I'm gonna say easy, but make it available for our students, because the course needs to be it is required to be offered in 25-26. And our students who are graduating in, what's it, 29-30, I'm trying to think first, 29-30 are required to have the course as their graduation requirement, which it can be embedded in history, in social studies. So I would imagine that as the state progresses with ethnic studies, our main publishers will catch up with this and be able to offer it. But the way that almost all districts are approaching this at this point is providing the additional text, required text to the course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
As far as
There are a number of districts in the state.
Yeah.
That are offering standalone ethnic studies. So they're out there.
Yeah.
And I didn't, slightly bad on me, but see that, is this on, I'm guessing on us, as far as the funding of this?
Yes. To my knowledge, I don't know of a grant that's supporting this.
I love the mandates with the no funding. It's just like, thank you.
But there could be grants out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're federal.
Yeah. Exactly. Anybody have any?
Chance that kind.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Next we have L23, new course outline for STEM, computing and robotics, land, Barstow High School.
So, okay. Additionally, this is similar to the last, where we're bringing it forward as a discussion item for approval. Consideration will be brought back at the next board meeting. This is for a new course at Barstow High School, STEM, computing and robotics, which will be offered for our grade 9 through 12 students. Questions, I guess, at this point. I don't know what all you're looking for.
What do we know what the is? I'm assuming that's an acronym.
Land, LAND. I believe so. Let me look at that particular portion. I know that it's going to be incorporating many elements of CAD, coding. The students are going to be working through a lot of virtual online labs and working through scenarios. So I apologize that I'm assuming LAND is an acronym, but I do not know the acronym.
So I'm assuming there's a demand for this.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
With this, as far as I know, this is just the outline. Have we got it all to the actual like teaching side? Meaning, is this, because this is going to be at the high school, is this going to be something that if we have this outline that we're having the, say, a math teacher or a science teacher or somebody else teach? Are we talking about bringing on somebody else, or have we got at all to that point as far as if we approve this, what that's going to look like in, like, practical sense of doing it? Do we guess? No, I don't know where I
can answer that.
Yeah.
So when we're hiring people for, be it STEM or be it the high school, we're looking at Their course of study. For example, we interviewed a young lady who has her math position, she's got a background, a master's in aerospace engineering and mechanics and coding.
Yeah.
So, there isn't a specific credential for these courses, but they can be add-ons, and the teachers have to sign a consent form for us. As long as they have a full credential, they can go ahead and provide the service, so they don't have a misassignment. But we're looking for those teachers that could enrich the program for our students in a different way, not just the basic math, basic science, but also looking at engineering backgrounds, looking at coding backgrounds, and there are a few out there. For our recruitment fairs, we've been able to identify a lot of people out there that actually are going into that field more and more. So I don't think we'd have an issue with filling this position. Yeah, we actually have a teacher at the high school right now that has an engineering authorization. It's credential, so not to get into particulars, but we do have people that,
Okay.
Good question.
I just know like the specialty positions are super hard to fill, whether that's, SPED, the fine arts stuff, I know those positions are really hard. So I just hoping that we have a good vein. I love the program. It sounds awesome. I just hope we can see it to fruition.
Yeah. Great question.
LAND stands for Local Area Network Design, so it has to do with networking, fancy schmancy stuff.
Okay.
IT stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the course will cover cybersecurity. I mean, it's a broad range.
Thank you. Everybody good? You guys have any other questions?
Could that possibly be slid into the CTE program too? Yeah, suppose. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Next we have business services. L41 purchase order board report 3/29/2025 to 5/5/2025.
Yes, the district is recommending the board approve the 54 purchase orders listed in the attached purchase order board report totaling $2,296,446.
You've been busy.
That's all. Yes, sir. Excuse me. We're doing good things, so.
Here you are.
It's a pleasure.
You guys have any questions? Is there one you want to?
Yes, I do. I have a question. On PO 25-1591, it's on the second page. Yeah, or third.
25.
1591.
The second or third page?
Page 4. That's what it says.
Page 4.
If I look at the bottom.
I need my glasses. There they go. Thank you.
What's the total?
It is
Sorry, page 3.
one more.
294,000.
Yes, 294, 371. That's a modular, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to say this. Not attaching it to something.
There's a
else.
very specific reason for this.
That's
so that can be explained. If either
Is that for one module?
It is a extra large modular, but this is for the STEM.
This will be for
project.
physical education classes, so they have a space to do physical education.
Oh, okay.
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 You can have an indoor gym.
Yeah, right now they are absorbing 2 classroom spaces that as STEM expands, we're going to need those classroom spaces. And so we're talking with physical education teachers and asking them if they wanted a larger space they'd have. So in inclement weather or hot, those kinds of days, that they would have a space to be able to take students to do physical education. And so this will be practice.
because obviously being like PE, they're not going to be in there. Most of the time they're going to be outside, but this way it's bringing up to actual brick and mortar classrooms for students.
Well, not brick and mortar, it's portable classrooms as well, but they are specific classrooms.
Yes.
That we will need as STEM continues to expand.
So this year we brought on 33 additional students in 5th grade, 33 additional students in 6th grade. Those students will migrate to 7th grade. Those 6th grade students will migrate to 7th. So 7th next year will expand by 33 kids. And then in the next year after that, 8th grade will expand by 33 kids. So we need those 2 classrooms.
No, and I understand that. So we're gonna use them as a gym. We gotta get them, we gotta place them, right?
Yes.
And we need the county, state, or whoever it is.
Department of State Architect
There you go.
is the most challenging.
Yes.
Yes, as we place these buildings now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
So that's just going to start. That's not going to be the
Yeah.
finished
Yeah, gotcha.
dollars a year.
We have ramp issues, we have
ADA access,
ADA, we have
have
fire alarm.
travel. That's where the
You-
Division of State Architect really becomes not our friend.
And they love their job.
Yeah.
They do a great job.
They do, their interest is protecting our kids.
No, and it makes sense. It makes sense.
And that's, so we're just getting the ball started. We hope to have it in place by December. Or did I say August?
That sounds like
I know.
wishful thinking.
I hear hope December when
December. Yeah, 'cause we wanted it in June.
because I wanted it.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Congrats.
Any other questions on the budget?
They use more than just a PE room or MPR.
It can be, yes. It will be up to the principal's discretion. But it's specifically for physical education teachers to have a space to use as a classroom. And they work those sorts of things. Specifically to free up the 2 classrooms that they're, taking out right now.
We picked a vendor that's on the cutting edge. This is the newest modular company. So I'm really excited to see what they bring. Yep.
Well, I asked that question looking at the price. Because I've asked that question before when we're talking about another conversation. And that's all. My answer. Thank you.
Will it be located on top, on the upper?
No, it's going to be located down below next to the, on the end of the portable classrooms that are already there. So like if you're coming down if you're up on the top deck of the parking lot and you're coming down the steps, there's that space right there before you get the portable classrooms. It's going to go right there in that space.
Okay.
As long as DSA allows us. We're still waiting on that one. It may have to shift a little bit, but that's our hope, to not take up too much real estate.
That's good to me.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Will we approve?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next is L42 Southwest Gas Grant of Easements.
Also, Mr. Bean.
Yes, so Southwest Gas has been offering a great program to replace our gas lines at their cost. So there's a program out there, state doing it. It's actually other districts that are also joining on. Hopefully they'll get the grant again, so we continue and get our other schools done too. So put it on the state budget and how that works, we'll see. CalWorks kind of went to the wayside. But as far as this grant of easement, the reason for this easement request is because once Southwest Gas has more than 2 meters being served, a portion of the service line needs to be classified as a gas main. The request for the easement is a direct result of adding additional meters. The location of the line and easement will be in a roadway commonly referred to as the fire lane, so it would not affect any buildable area or existing building on the campus. I've highlighted that area for you. A general representation of the location Southwest Gas is requesting can be seen in orange along Silver Lane on the Google Map Earth map that is also referenced in Exhibit A of the attached packet. You can see that the easement is only a strip of land that is 10 feet in width being 5 feet on each side of the center line of the natural gas pipeline. Southwest Gas requires a formal grant of easement from the property owner to memorialize the implicit easement rights that already exist for the natural gas facilities. As required under Southwest California Gas Tariff approved by the Public Utilities Commission, an applicant for natural gas service must provide all easements necessary to install facilities required to provide the natural gas service to the subject property, together with the ingress and egress rights and physical items. And also, the easement can be revoked if the district stopped using the service or if the property was sold. So I wanted to make sure that was
kind of my concern whenever we first brought it up, and I saw easement and I didn't know, like I said, if they're using existing or adding to, and if they were adding, where are you adding?
Right.
Just to make sure with all the different restructuring that we're doing, we're not putting ourselves in a bad spot, so.
in their issue, they just don't want us to put a building on top of their gas lines, because then they.
Which makes sense.
And that's fine. But the easement runs straight up that road.
Yes, they'll be putting that whole road will be a pipeline underneath of it.
That doesn't mean the road goes away.
No, this is my question. Southwest Gas is really slow on doing these things. And they have a tendency to want to do it in the oddest time. We can't close school because they want to do an easement.
Well, and yeah, that was gonna be what my question was gonna be, is when are they planning on doing construction? Because STEM parking is already a thing, and having that whole road out of commission during the school year would be really not good.
Yeah, this is gonna be done during summer. When the school's out, they've assembled a whole team.
Do we have a date from them as far as, or will they have a date after we get, if we approve this tonight, when could they have a date for us to have a completion? Because not to be rude, but I would prefer to have a date that's gonna be something before the end of summer now.
Yeah.
Is there a timeline?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a timeline and there's an end date. It's, I'll get that information to you. But there is a plan to make sure that school is ready to open. They know we have to have school ready, and they've been planning. We've actually already started some of the prep work, and so it's already planned.
Okay.
I'll get that from Mr. B.
Because Southwest Gas is really good for that student. That's a big pipe in a long road. And yeah.
I had the same concerns.
So obviously it's not gonna be this year.
This summer.
Is Southwest Gas, so when they're saying that they're laying the gas line inside of this, I'm assuming 5 feet on each side means they're talking about actually repaving that road?
Oh yeah, they'll make it put it back together better than it is.
Because that, I mean, that's a pretty major project.
It's about $400,000 they are planning on spending on this, and this is coming from, it's no charge to us.
No, that's a really tight.
I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
If they do that. I'm not talking even just the timeline, but I would be shocked if they do that for 400,000. I'll just leave that one alone.
I'm just, my thing is just the timeline. That you get it in writing in blood and everything else, because I've never seen them do anything in the timeline they gave. And for us, we have to have this.
Are you good or you recess?
Once comment.
Go for it.
You know, I worked there for almost 30 years, and when the heaters were turned on in the wintertime, we need to do something. You know, timeline, costs, whatever. You know, we're here thinking about the students. You know, them breathing that gas, and I mean, it's bad. I mean, you bring up gas leak, and they just walk by because everybody's used to it. You know, it needs to be done. You know,
Agreed.
You know, I'm not an engineer, but I'm telling you, it needs to be done.
When we had the issue at Montero, that's what, you know, we had the gas line actually leaking through grass, our lines are old and need to be replaced.
Yes.
So when they approached me and said, we got this project for you and it's at our cost, I was like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Safety sense.
We'll stay on. We'll continue to put-
Weekends,
We'll monitor it.
they've got it all mapped out.
No, I think it's gotta be done.
I'll say this for sure. I want to make sure that I say it. If anything happens, if we're in the middle of the project and we are not tracking for whatever reason that is, I would like to know about it long before school starts. I don't want to find out about it the day before school starts and we're scrambling on how we're going to readjust, how we're going to reallocate. I know construction and things do happen. I hope that this does go as they say it does, but if it doesn't, I just want to make sure that we know with ample time so we can put a plan in place so it doesn't adversely affect the operations they got going.
Mr. Guardian, if I may, maybe we'll do a Friday report and we'll have a Friday update.
Yeah, if you can provide me that information.
So you're not, so no surprises.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no surprises.
Throughout the summer.
Yeah, exactly, yep. Does anybody have any additional? Okay. With that, can I get a motion?
No move.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, next is L43, proposed agreements, AB 1200-2760 with BEA, Barstow Education Association, and CSEA Chapter 306, Classified School Employees Association.
This is awesome.
I wanted to provide some backup information on AB 1200 and how it all started, so you guys are aware. So Assembly Bill AB 1200, Chapter 1213, Statute 1991, commonly referred to as the AB 1200, has been successful in focusing the attention of school district governing boards and county superintendents on their fiscal management and oversight responsibilities. So this was started in 1990. Since the enactment of AB 1200 in 1991, fewer districts have experienced fiscal crisis. Transparent financial detail, multi-year planning, risk assessment, and multi-year cash flows are essential to understanding whether a district is fiscally solvent or in fiscal distress. The first level of fiscal oversight rests with each LEA's elected governing board and administration. The second level of fiscal oversight is provided by the county superintendent of schools, which also includes management assistance and progressive intervention to all school districts in the county. In addition to increasing the authority and responsibilities given to county offices, AB 1200 created a fiscal crisis and management assistance team known as FICMAT to help California's local educational agencies meet and sustain their financial obligations. AB 1200 and subsequent legislation provide a statewide structure for the county and school districts to work together locally to improve fiscal procedures and accountability standards. Under the guideline of AB 1200, the county superintendent is responsible for reviewing school district budgets and interim reports and determining whether or not a district can meet its financial obligations in the current and two subsequent fiscal years. In addition, county superintendents review public disclosures, which we have tonight, of collective bargaining agreements and non-voter approved debt. So tonight's public disclosure demonstrates how BSD's recent union negotiations affect our current budget and the following 2 years' budgets. The public disclosure has to be submitted to the county 10 days prior to the board meeting for review and determination. The county provides an acknowledgement letter, which is attached for your review. It basically says the county acknowledges and conveys the review of the district's proposed agreement with the Barstow Teachers Association and the Classified School Employees Association for the 2024-2026 years. The fiscal information submitted indicates that the district will be able to maintain the required unrestricted general fund reserve of 3% for the current and two subsequent fiscal years. Upon approval, the district will be required to input budget transfers implementing this agreement within 45 days.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to personnel services.
So you gotta vote on that?
approval. Oh, this one's approval? Okay. Alright, second. All in favor? Aye. All right, now we'll go to personnel services. Certificated L6A1 tentative agreements between Barstow Unified School District and BEA, Barstow Education Association, negotiations during the 24-25 school year.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Good evening, board again. I'm pleased to present to you the set of agreements between BEA and Barstow Unified School District. Before I get into this, I want to thank the negotiating team for BEA and also the BUSD negotiating team in coming together and agreeing to these articles. Article 13, payment for extracurricular duties. Article 14, staff working hours. Article 16, leaves. Article 17, class size, and Article 27, compensation and benefits. So Barstow Unified School District and BEA negotiated in good faith these articles. We worked on updating language. We changing some language to meet the current needs of our district and employees. And we have attached for your reference the BUSD TAs and also the CTE salary schedule that was changed to meet current demands in the CTE field. And this item is presented for approval. Just to highlight a couple of things before I go to vote. This is if you look at compensation and benefits, it is a one-time stipend bonus equivalent to 8% off schedule for the 24-25 school year, and 11.25% on schedule increase for the 25-26 school year to be applied on July 1st, 2025, and it's presented for your approval. Any questions, comments, anybody?
Sounds good.
I just want to say, also congratulations or good job to everybody on both sides on the negotiation team. That once everybody got sat down, everything got hammered out pretty quickly, and just well deserved. I'm glad to see our scales are climbing and getting all of our employees the money they deserve. So good job, Dave.
Thank you.
Are we competitive in the high desert?
So we're in the mix now. We're in the mix, definitely. Depending on the salary schedules, if you analyze the higher paid teacher at the bottom of the scale for teachers, we're a little bit above some districts. At the beginning of the scale, step 1, column 1, we're right there with some districts. We have some catching up in some areas, but overall, with the benefit packet and the 8% increase, it was a very well deserved and competitive negotiations and agreement. We're there. I'm very happy that we're able to do this for our staff, and I thank you, and I thank Mr. Beaton and Ms. Dr. Williams for supporting me, our superintendent, in making sure that we have the ability to negotiate effectively and be competitive in the high desert. Not to get on a soapbox, but I think this is going to make a huge impact on our district.
I'm happy to see it.
Definitely going to make.
Thank you very much. Thank the certified and good deal. Thank you very much.
With that, do I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Next, we have L6B2, teacher hourly increase for K preschool program.
Also, Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So what I have here before you tonight with this item is again 11.25% increase for the July 1st, 2025 school year, and 8% one-time stipend bonus for our 4K teachers. They are unrepresented staff members, certificated teachers, and they're also going to be receiving the same compensation and benefits for their H&W, and we feel it is just and equitable for them to also receive the same increase, and it's presented for your approval tonight.
Also good news.
I think it's good, just overall. I know we'll get to all the other ones later, but this was just all encompassing. So it wasn't just this group, it wasn't that group. It was, we, or you and everyone else made sure to include everyone. So, yep, good job. I like it.
I move we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, next is classified L6B1 supplemental assignment, translator, interpreter, Spanish, English, limited term.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So, Dr. Henry, Director of People Services, has identified a need to provide additional supports for our translator interpreter, limited term substitute during the summer. We have to catch up with translating and interpreting IEPs. There's a backlog, so this item is presented to the board for approval tonight.
Questions, comments? Need a motion? Don't move. All in favor? Aye. Next is L6B2, tentative agreement between Barstow Unified School District and CSEA, California School Employees Association, negotiated during 2024-2025 school year.
Thank you. Yes, so again, a very similar item. What we have before the board tonight is the negotiations and agreements of the tentative agreements between CSEA and Barstow Unified School District. Article 8, hours and overtime. Article 9, pay and allowances. Article 12, health and welfare benefits. Article 15, leaves. Article 29, position classification plan. BUSD and CSEA negotiated in good faith, and it actually went through the 610 process for approval. And we have attached the TAs for your reference. And just to highlight again, when we look at let's talk about it. Article 9 paying allowances 11.25% increase on schedule for the 25-26 school year, effective July 1st. Actually, June 30th at 11:30. Yep, sorry, correction there. And then also increase in H&W of 7% and 8% off schedule to the salary schedule for the 24-25 school year. And again, I thank the CSCA's negotiating team and BUSD negotiating team and coming together and agreeing with these TAs. And it's presented to the board for approval.
Questions, comments? Very well deserved as well. Can I get a motion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, next we have L6B3 CSEA MOU 2425-007, position vacancy overtime between BUSD and CSEA Chapter 306.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So this MOU is to address a couple of things. One, we identified that at times our employees are not willing to do overtime. They sometimes they need to go on vacation and we need to approve some time off, and sometimes we can't because of the projects that we have in place. We also have some positions that have not been filled, and we don't have a sub list, right? So CSCA was gracious enough to work with us on this on this MOU, and we negotiated a memorandum of understanding to address vacancies and to contract out LVN work, health assistant, special education, paraeducator positions, facilities and maintenance and operations, custodial and classifications. And so we thank you for this. First, we're going to offer the work to our current employees. If they're not willing to do the work, then we're going to contract out, and we're able to work on that. But our intent is always to make sure that we offer the work to our employees and that we don't contract work out. And it does have an expiration date of August 30th, 2025. So just a little bit over the summer. Make sure we catch up with the summer projects. And it's presented to the board for approval.
is there anything supplemental? Because I know you listed a bunch of different positions as far as filling those positions, or are those all like, basically it's like filling any of those, are we approved? Do we need to approve anything else? Or are you guys able to do whatever you need to do for those positions with his approvals?
So, for example, we have health assistant positions that we just don't have, the pull to recruit and retain it. And actually, we're losing another one. It's got promoted. So anyhow, yeah, so we have some positions that require us to sometimes look outside the contract and in the meantime while we hire. This is not a prolonged plan. This is just to stopgap and to fill the needs that we have, the immediate needs that the district has. But yeah, with the other classifications, we're always going to offer the work to our current employees so that they can have the opportunity to earn more money. That's always good for our employees.
I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding. When we're saying the August deadline, is that the time of the employment, or that's just meaning the time for us to hire said individuals?
So in August, this MOU will expire. It will no longer be in effect. So we, as a district, need to ensure that we are doing what we have to do to hire in that.
What I'm saying is, like, say we hire 10 people tomorrow, just hypothetically speaking, we hire 10 paras tomorrow. Are those paras forever employees, or do those paras stop employment at August when that MOU is expiring?
No. So this MOU used to contract out.
Okay.
It's not for current employees.
If
we're unable to fill, if we fill positions, we're never going to contract out.
Yeah.
So we're never going to. So for example, let's just say we have the weed abatement, right?
Yes.
Mr. Beaton, we had issues with the weed abatement.
Lots of rain.
Lots of weed.
A lot of weeks removed.
A lot of weeds removed. Fire hazard. Potentially code enforcement coming after us, right? And so we wanted to have the opportunity that if that happened, that we could first offer overtime, and then if they were not willing to work, contract with a local company to come and help us out in the meantime, a week or two, just to get ahead of the work a little bit, and then that would stop the work. After August 30th, we will not be contracting out. That's the intent. So hiring some of the positions, contracting some if needed, overtime.
Gotcha. Okay.
Great question. Thank you. Yes.
Most of it's maintenance, rounds, custodial, all the stuff that we do over the summer to get the facilities up. School that we don't have the next lot to do, and really just tackle it. So this allows us the opportunity to actually put some outside agencies help our staff do.
Yep, I'm not against it by any means. I'm just making sure I'm understanding exactly what.
If we hire, we're not going to use it. If we hire, we're not going to use it, and then we just
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, I don't like the word contracting. I don't like the word privatizing. So I'm gonna vote no on this when it comes to it.
Okay, it will be. Yeah, we're going to, but does anybody? You guys have any other comments or questions you'd like to add before we take a vote?
No. I move we approve.
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 3-1. Next, we have L6B4 CSEA MOU 2425-008, reclassification of network computer technician, pupil services technician, and senior office assistant between BUSD and CSEA.
Thank you. So this MOU addresses the reclassification of 3 positions. We had 3 employees that submitted a reclassification request to the reclassification committee. That committee is composed of 2 district members and 2 CSEA members, and we overview the request. We look at the application, we look at the job description, we look at the functions that the employee is actually performing, compare them to the job functions and the descriptions. And if they're performing work that is outside of their job description, and we make a recommendation to the personnel commission for reclassification, then it goes through that whole process of reclassifying the position, right? In this instance, we have 3 positions that qualify for that. And If you turn to, is the attachment?
Scroll down a little bit. Oh, there it is.
There it is, thank you. So if you look there, we have the senior network computer technician, range 47, 260 days, pupil services specialist, range 34, work year is 260 days, senior office assistant 2, range 31, work year is 230 days. So if you look at that box below that, where it says the following position shall be reclassified, you have the previous classification. So you have a network technician, computer technician that was a current range of 43, that was reclassified to a new job description, senior network computer technician, range 47, pupil services technician, range 32, that was reclassified, and we had to create and negotiate a new job description, pupil services specialist, range 34, senior office assistant from range 29 to senior office assistant 2, range 31. It went through the 610 process, the job descriptions are attached, and they're presented to the board for approval tonight.
Questions, comments? Can I get a
I
motion?
move for approval. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next we have L6B5, CSEA MOU 2425-009, interim out of class assignment, director purchasing between BUSD and CSEA.
Thank you. So this MOU addresses the working out of class term that Jose Cruz performed during the vacancy for our purchasing director. It was going to 610. This is why we're bringing it to you now. And this MOU will make him whole. He actually worked from January 22nd to February 21st. And during that time, he would be earning at a different rate because he was working out of class. And so it's brought to you tonight for approval.
Makes sense to me. Any other questions, comments?
I move we approve. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have management. This is a corrected copy. L6C1, one-time off-schedule stipend bonus for certificated and classified management and confidential personnel for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Just to continue with the same thing, right? Recommending the Board of Trustees approve a one-time off schedule of 8% to certificated and classified management. The names are listed and are presented for your approval.
Any questions, comments? Yeah, I think everything looks great. And again, just like I said with the other two, just well deserved, and thank you to everybody for all your hard work. So with that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next, we have D, superintendent. This is also corrected copy. L6D1, amendment to contract of employment agreement for superintendent.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So this item is to amend the superintendent's contract under section 5 on the agreement. We want to delete and replace the following language, section 5. It says the superintendent will receive a one-time off schedule 8% of the actual base salary for the 2024-2025 school year. And then also in this one, we have an increase of 11.25%. The annual salary for this agreement shall be $224,158, and it would be effective 7/1/2025. And it's presented to the board for your approval.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, comments?
So it's 11%, increase, or that's added on to everything like everybody else got.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, I gotta go around with that.
I just wanted to point out one thing on all of it, and just so everybody is aware, this was intentional as far as having the teachers and the classified having theirs first. So that way everybody knows that they're getting taken care of, then the management, and then superintendent being last, and as that we're taking care of the employees first. as far as monetarily wise, just wanted to point that out, that that's the way that we worked it and that was intentional. Can I get a motion?
Move we approve.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Next, we have general L6E1 updated salary schedules.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So what we have for you are all the salary schedules updated with the 11.25% salary increase effective 7/1/2025. We have classified bargaining salary schedule, classified confidential salary schedule, classified management salary schedule, certificated teacher salary schedule, certificated counselor, nurse, and the teachers on assignment salary schedule, certificated speech therapist salary schedule, designated subject, career technical salary schedule, certificated management salary schedule. And all of them reflect an 11.25% increase, beginning for the July 1st, 2025. And the attachments are there for your reference. If approved, these will be posted on the website and will be used to continue recruitment. And is presented to the board for approval.
Any questions, comments?
I move for approval.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, and we have a corrected copy L6E2 Board Bylaw 9250 compensation.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So we didn't forget about you either. I think that we're all in the same boat. We're all working, to improve our district, provide a good quality education for our students. And so this item is to recommend an increase to the board members, the board of trustees. Approve the revisions of board bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits, increasing board member compensation rate to $132 per board member per meeting attended, not to exceed $264 per board member in any month, and the additional stopping for board president to $66 per month, not to exceed total earnings of $264 per month. We had a clause there for the personnel commission, but as you can see, we crossed that out. That's not presented to the board for approval, and it reflects the 5% increase. Okay, and I'll read the last part. Thank you. Yes, it is also recommended that the board waive the second reading protocol and vote on this item tonight in light of the other items that have been approved for district-wide compensation consideration. And it's presented to the board for approval. And we have the bylaw attached to it. And
So this would be your information item for first read as well as.
yes.
Is there any questions, comments, anything you guys want to go over on it? Alrighty, feels a little bit weird saying this. Do I have a motion to approve? All right, second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Yeah, do we have items for future board meetings? Yes. That was, I don't remember what it was, but I remember you had something.
Southwest Gas Project, USD Foundation.
The foundation.
No, the foundation.
There you go.
The foundation.
It was a long time ago.
The USD Foundation.
Yes.
Yes. Alrighty. Any others?
Not at this time.
Alrighty. Do I have, we do not need to go into the second closed session, I believe, right? Everybody's good? All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 9:18.
Sandwich in the front.
No.